Do you know my password still? Cool.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Boulder Collegians Baseball. I am your broadcaster today, Alex Clark, as we get ready for the first game of the doubleheader between your Boulder Collegians and the Colorado Springs Cutthroats. Here, after a doubleheader just a couple days ago where Boulder split the series between them and the Fort Collins Foxes. Game one, they won by a mercy, 10-0 for the end of the fifth inning. The second game, losing a final score of 15-13. They're looking to get back things going here against these Cutthroats here, as we have the starting lineups here for both sides. First, for your Boulder Collegians, leading off will be the center fielder River Jackson, followed up by the second baseman Chase Hildy. Diego Castellanos is batting third over in left, followed by Derek Woolwine over at first in the cleanup position. Isaac Sobieschek is over at third, followed by Christian Middleman in right field. Luke Blackman is the DH today, batting seventh, followed by Brett Williams, the catcher, batting eighth. And rounding out the starting nine is the shortstop, number 2, in Hunter Hirayama. And on the bump today for Boulder will be number 26, Anton Keith, getting his first looks through this young season. Then for the Cutthroats here, leading off for them will be number 4 in Carson Sauter, followed by Daniel Tatis at third. Mason Sauter bats third over in center field, followed by Isaac Mercedes, the DH. Colin Pighetti, Pighetti is over at first base, followed by Logan Wilson in left. Christian Gracia is over at right, followed by Anthony Porras, the catcher, and Trey McBroom is at second base, rounding out the starting nine. And on the bump for the Cutthroats is number 34, Garrett Garrison. So now, thank you very much. So now we are just moments away from first pitch here as we get ready. Leading off here for your Boulder Collegians is the center fielder in River Jackson. His toe in the rubber is Garrett Garrison. The first pitch on the way is fouled off to the right side, and we are officially underway as River Jackson now down 0-1. Jackson, a big speed threat here, has been moving around the lineup a lot through the early part of this season. One of the first chances he's getting to actually be in the leadoff position as the next pitch on the way misses low as the count now goes 1-1. Jackson, along with his speed here, has also shown to have great plate discipline already, has a good number of walks through the early start. Here as the next pitch on the way, ground ball, that's over to the third base, fielded by Wilson, throws it across the diamond to Pighetti as he's there for the easy 5-3 to get things started. As now that'll bring in the second baseman in Chase Hildy. Hildy on the season here right now has been an interesting player. Has been mostly good defensively, but has had some really good offensive moments. Go back to the second game of the doubleheader last time. Not his best ever, but did get on base twice, including a single as the next pitch is ground to the shortstop. Here the throws over to Pighetti. That is another 6-3 put out here as Boulder has got the first two up and sent their first two down. But now that'll bring up the power-hitting left fielder in Diego Castellanos. That was Sauter that got the play there, number 41 at shortstop. But now Diego Castellanos, we have seen some major power for him, getting some good extra base hits and really getting good wood on the ball as the first pitch on the way is taken up for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. But right now, working quickly. The next pitch on the way misses high and outside on the fastball. Now levels at 1-1. Normally, we see here from these Collegians that they used to like to take a lot of extra pitches, but right now they've been a little aggressive. The next pitch is driven right up the middle for a base hit. Fielding it is the center fielder Sauter, and coasting into first base is Diego Castellanos with the first hit of the day for Boulder. As he now stands on cleanly at first, that'll bring up the first baseman into Derek Woolwine. Derek has been playing most of the first base duties here for Boulder here, but he's also been spending some time with Isaac Sobieschek. As now the lefty, right now the next pitch is a high pop-up within the infield, still playable, calling everyone off as McBroom, the second baseman. He's there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out, so no runs, one hit, no errors, and one man left on. We now head to the bottom of the first. It's Boulder nothing, and Colorado Springs coming up. We're going to hear bottom half of the first inning, as right now Colorado Springs gets their first trip at the dish here, as we'll see Carson Sauter, the shortstop, here leading things off here for the Cutthroats. On the bump, here is Anton Keith here for Boulder. Is the righty, looks in, gets the sign from the catcher Williams. First pitch is fouled off right behind home plates, and count goes to 0-1. Defensively for Boulder, from left to right, you've got Castellanos, Jackson, and Middleman. Then around the infield, you've got Sobieschek, Hirayama, Hildy, and Woolwine, with Williams doing the catching. And as we just said, Anton Keith is on the bump. He's there now, ready. The 0-1 pitch on the way, an off speed that just misses a little bit high. Count now goes 1-1. No score here yet from Doherty High School, as now ready to go. Next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner, doesn't get the call. As the count now goes to 2-1. Yeah, no score in this game. Boulder did get a hit back at the top of the first inning with a single by Diego Castellanos. So far the only offense of the game for your Collegians. As now Keith ready, the next pitch on the way. A ground ball right to the second baseman. That's Chase Hildy, fields it, throws over to Woolwine at first, in time for a 4-3 putout. And that's the first out here for Anton Keith. Here gets a nice little easy chop. And now that's going to bring up the third baseman, Daniel Tatis. So right now for Anton Keith, looking at what he has today, again, he's got a good fastball with good location on it. His main goal is going to be trying to jam these Cutthroats hitters. So now he looks and gets the sign working from the stretch, choosing even with nobody on. As the next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner and gets it that time on the fastball as the count goes to 0-1. Beautiful day here from Colorado Springs here. There's some rain clouds behind us. Hopefully they'll stay away as the next pitch is fouled off to the right side or towards the softball field. And now Keith is quickly ahead, 0-2. Bottom half of the first inning, no score. Here as Keith takes a moment here, gets on the rubber here. Nobody on, one out. 0-2 count, next pitch on the way. Hit right back up the middle, and that's going to go for a base hit, just landing on the outfield grass as a River Jackson fields and throws it in. That is a one-out single here for Daniel Tatis. And now the Cutthroats have their first bit of offense here of the game. And that's going to bring up the center fielder in Mason Sauter. Two Sauters on the team here for Colorado Springs. One is shortstop, one is center field, batting first and third respectively. But now again, working from the stretch as Keith looks in. Next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner and gets it as the count goes to 0-1. And we've seen a lot from Colorado Springs pitchers. They really like to work that outside pitch here, just trying to make sure that the hitters have to try and extend if they want any chance of trying to hit the pitch. If not, it's going to be a ground ball to the right side is the next pitch. Instead, it's going to be a pickoff over to first, but nothing doing as Tatis gets back. 0-1 the count. Here, no score here, bottom half of the first inning. As now looking in, Keith takes a look over at first base, is ready. Next pitch on the way. A line drive right by the third base, and Sobieschek, and that's going to be another base hit, fielding as Castellanos as he throws it in. And now the Cutthroats have runners on at second and first here with only one out in the bottom half of the first inning. That's going to bring out the DH and Isaac Mercedes. Two straight hits now for Colorado Springs, and now early threatening here in the bottom half of the first inning. For Boulder, again, after the last game they had where they gave up 9 runs in the second inning, showed they had tremendous fight as they then scored 9 runs in the bottom half of that inning. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt. It looks like there's a thought of a check swing, but Mercedes able to hold it back. Count goes to 1-0. They did give up 4 runs also in the first inning. Ended up being a huge offensive shootout, which ended with Fort Collins getting the victory. Final score 15-13. As the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the fastball, levels the count out 1-1. But on top of it, if you would have told anyone when the game went into the bottom half of the second inning that Boulder would be down 13-0, and then going into the ninth, they'd be tied at 13. They would have called you crazy, but that's exactly what happened. As the next pitch now on the way, a little bit of an extended hit, and that's going to get into center field for a base hit. Fielding is River Jackson, and holding on at third base is going to be Daniel Tatis, and now the bases are full of Cutthroats, as that is the third single in a row given up by Anton Keith. Tatis now on at third, and Sauter is now on at second, and that's going to bring up the first baseman and Colin Piggetti here with the bases loaded and only one out. So now Anton Keith in some early danger here in the bottom half of the first inning. But now it's righty v lefty advantage here to Piggetti, the number 5 hitter here for Colorado Springs. As right now, Keith would love a double play here. The next pitch on the way. This is a liner. This might be exactly what he's looking for. Fielded by Hildy. Has a little trouble. Throws it to second base, and it's not in time. So that is going to be an E4, and Daniel Tatis will come in to score. Sauter to third. Isaac Mercedes on to second, and Colin Piggetti on at first with the E4. And now it is 1-0 in favor of Colorado Springs. But now that'll bring up here left fielder Logan Wilson as we get ready. Next pitch on the way. Tries low and outside, but does not get it as the count goes 1-0. Logan Wilson, the left fielder, comes up here now righty-righty with the bases still full of Cutthroats. Bottom half of the first inning. Now we're ready to go. Next pitch on the way. This is a ground ball, and it just will go foul here, as if that one stayed fair, that one would have been a hard play for anyone to make. So now we'll try it here 1-1. One thing, again, the last game really showed for Boulder was that no matter what the deficit is, they will continue to keep fighting, and they will make sure that they fight until the very end. But right now, still 1-0 ball game in favor of Colorado Springs. On at third base is Mason Sauter. Isaac Mercedes on at second. Colin Piggetti over at first. So here we go. Next pitch on the way. Grab ball up the middle. That's going to be another base hit. Going and scoring is Sauter. Now rounding second, heading for him is Mercedes. The throw to the plate gets by the catcher and looks like it almost hits the runner here, but does not look like there'll be any actual interference. That's going to be a 2-run single there for Logan Wilson, and it is now 3-0 in favor of Colorado Springs. So right now, Colorado has gotten a big, gotten some big offense here to get things started. 2 RBI single there for Logan Wilson as both Mason Sauter and Isaac Mercedes score on the play. And now that'll bring up Chris Gracia. Also on the play, Colin Piggetti gets over to third as the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Logan Wilson credited with the single, but also goes to second on the throw. So now runners on second and third here for Gracia. Now the next pitch on the way. It's a ground ball in the infield, charging a OBS check. He fields it, throws the first in time for the out, but the run will score. And advancing to third on the play is Logan Wilson. So Wilson gets to third. Gracia is out on the 5-3, but Colin Piggetti scores. It is also an unearned run there, but now there are 2 outs here for Colorado Springs, but they get another. It is now 4-0 in favor of the Cutthroats. So now Anton Keith just trying to get out of the inning here, as that'll bring up the catcher, Anthony Porras. As Porras now comes up with a chance to drive in some more runs as the next pitch on the way. Fouls it off to the right side as that one looks like it got into the Boulder dugout. As the count goes to 0-1. 4-0 the score here in favor of the Cutthroats. Here, it's still bottom half of the first inning, the first game of the doubleheader between these two teams. As now Anton Keith set and ready. Here we go. The next pitch on the way is fouled right into the glove of Brett Williams. And now Keith is ahead 0-2. Infield playing maybe just a little bit in, but mostly just a normal depth. Here, just trying to get the last out over at first base. As now they look, next pitch on the way. It's a ground ball. As right there is Chase Hildy. He fields it cleanly, throws to first in time for the out, and that will end the inning. But 4 runs do come across here for the Cutthroats as we now head to the top of the second. It's 4-0 in favor of Colorado Springs. Top half of the second inning, and now Boulder has a little bit to come back from as they are down 4-0, and they'll start things off here with the third baseman in Isaac Sobieschek. Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Clark, bringing you today's baseball action. As the first pitch now on the way, swung on and missed. Looked like a bit of an off-speed, although it just swung right through it as the count now goes to 0-1. Sobieschek playing third base today. Here, facing off against Garrett Garrison. The next pitch misses high. As the count now 1-1. But if you're watching this right now, you may be getting some eerie similarities to yesterday's ball game, the second of the doubleheader, as the next pitch misses outside. Count goes to 2-1. Where Boulder found themselves quickly down 4-0 as well. Came back and still made it a great ball game. Ended up being 15-13. But were unable to come away with the victory as the next pitch misses for ball 3, 3-1 the count. So Sobieschek, after that first pitch here, has been patient, trying to wait for his pitch. As the next one on the way, misses high and tight for ball 4. A leadoff walk here to Isaac Sobieschek. And now Boulder has another base runner on here for the right fielder, Christian Middleman. Christian playing over at right field today is one of the speedy outfielders here for this team. This entire Boulder team is so quick here that even Sobieschek, who's not known for stealing bases, very well could here. But we've seen now catchers get stolen bases, designated hitters get stolen bases, everyone getting stolen bases, trying to manufacture those runs. That's why they're 3-1 on the season. As the next pitch on the way is driven into left center field. Going for it now is center field Sauter. He's there in the gap and makes the catch for the first out of the inning. And he had to cover a lot of ground to make that play, but he does it on the run for the first out of the inning. And now that's going to bring up here the designated hitter in Luke Blackman. Blackman, the designated hitter, has had some good offense as of late here, just getting clutch base hits and just trying to poke holes through the gaps. They poke balls through the gaps here as the first pitch now on the way. Misses just a little bit high. Count now goes to 1-0. Sobieschek, the man on first, got on via a walk. I should also mention that on that line drive to left center field, he got about 3/4 of the way to second base. before having to retreat back. As the next pitch, a ground ball around the infield. This could be two. As it's fielded by the pitcher, Garrison throws a second for one. The relay to first is not in time, so a fielder's choice here as Isaac Sobieschek is cut out at second base, but Luke Blackman reaches first on the fielder's choice. So now there's two outs as the catcher, Brett Williams, comes up to the dish. So Brett Williams here, one of the team's two main catchers. They have a few other ones here. We've also seen Lukasevich put on the gear once as the next pitch misses a little low. Count goes to 1-0. But most of the time here, you'll see it's either going to be Derek Williams or Mike Brunetti. But we did get a chance to see Lukasevich as the next pitch, a ground ball up the middle, taken there by the shortstop, and that is Sauter, who just takes it to the bag himself for the easy out. So no runs and no hits, no errors, and one man left on. Heading to the bottom of the second, your score is 4-0 in favor of Colorado Springs. Bottom half of the second inning. Now, as Boulder still down 4-0, and they'll bring up the number 9 hitter for Colorado Springs. That is second baseman Trey McBroom. Right now, again, Colorado Springs had a big first inning, aided by some interesting calls that we've seen, but right now we haven't seen any contentions on it yet. As the first pitch now on the way is fouled off as the count now goes to 0-1. But Colorado Springs is getting good base hits. I believe almost all their base hits were right back up the middle, too, just showing good patience at the plate and driving what you got. As the count's 0-1 here on McBroom, second baseman. Next pitch on the way from Anton Keith. So a check swing, says he doesn't go. And, yep, the appeal down there says the same way there, so that'll bring the count to 1-1. But Anton Keith here just tried to keep the idea of the first inning out of his mind. It's a brand new fresh inning, nobody on, nobody out. The 1-1 pitch on the way just misses a little bit low as the count now goes to 2-1. So now again, he is working quickly. He's trying to find his groove. The next pitch on the way, a ground ball foul right over to the on-deck hitter. That's Carson Sauter. And that'll bring it now to a 2-2 repeating count. 4-0 the score here. Boulder is down. As we're here in the bottom half of the second inning. Anton Keith gets the sign from Williams. He's ready. The 2-2 on the way. Swung on and missed. A check swing, home plate umpire, and Bob Catchell will say that he went around, and that is strike 3. The first strikeout of the day here for Anton Keith. And that'll bring up the top of the order in Carson Sauter. Umpires for today's game, you have Bob Catchell, the home plate umpire, and on the bases, you have Bob Prokopak. The next pitch on the way here to Sauter misses outside as the count goes to 1-0. Sauter on the day, 0 for 1. A ground out over to Chase Hildy over at second base. So now ready, here we go. The next pitch on the way. Fouled off, just gets to the end of the bat, so now the repeating count of 1-1. A nice breeze going from right to left here at Doherty High School. Hasn't really affected things too much as we've seen. The next pitch on the way. A high pop-up into shallow left center field going for his River Jackson. Dives, can't make the catch, but is able to come up with off of a bounce. So that is going to be a single there for Carson Sauter. It was a great effort there by River Jackson sliding to try and get to it, but just could not quite come up with it. And now with one out, there's a runner on at first base here for the third baseman in Daniel Tatis. Tatis got on via the single. First Wayne got on, but scored due to an error as well, so he's an unearned run. As the next pitch on the way is a line drive down the first base line, but just hooks foul. One thing to note here again is that the infield for Doherty High School is all turf here, but the outfield is grass. So that may make a bit of a change in how the ball rolls and how fielders have to play the ball. We'll see how it affects here in this game. This is common in a lot of schools. This next pitch on the way, ground ball, hit and run throw. It's a no throw over to second base as Derek Woolwine will get it. And now they haven't even run there. They got him. Oh, that's a double play. And I'm not quite sure how that came to be, but I believe that makes it now a 4U6 double play. Great defensive awareness here by the Collegians as we now head to the top half of the third. 4-0 the score. Top half of the third. Now, as Colorado gets aided with some as Boulder gets aided by some great defense as the first pitch on the way to Hunter Hirayama. Here is called for a strike, count goes to 0-1. 4-0 the score in favor of the Cutthroats. As the next pitch on the way, ground ball right to his counterpart at short. Sauter. He sidearms it, throws it, and the throw goes offline, right off the glove of Pagetti, and that is going to be an E6 on that one. As Hunter Hirayama gets on base here to lead off the third inning. So a little bit of good luck there for Boulder as they'll bring to the top of the lineup here in River Jackson. Well, we were saying here just a second ago, what ended the last inning, probably one of the most unique 1-2-3 innings I've ever seen. But it started with a strikeout single, and then it was a 3 unassisted 6 double play. As the next pitch on the way here, River Jackson's a deep drive into center field, but right there is Sauter has it there and makes the catch for the easy first out here. Returning back to first is Hirayama. And what happened is the runner on this Carson Sauter, who just made that catch, by the way, assumed that the throw was going to be going to second and stopped. But instead, Woolwine took the ball to himself to first base and then threw it to second for the tagout's next pitch on the way. A hit and run as Chase Hildy will foul it off here, and Hunter Hirayama will have to return back to first. So that will go marked in your books as an inning 3U6 double play. I think probably one of the most unique ones in my scorebook, at least. But now Hunter Hirayama on at first, 0-1 count. Next pitch on the way. Tries high inside, but home plate umpire Bob Catchell says he does not like it as the count goes to 1-1. 4-0 the score here, top half of the third inning. As now we're ready once again. The next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Had a powerful cut there by Chase Hildy. The count goes to 1-2. Garrett Garrison has been dominant so far. Has only given up the one hit. A few other guys have gotten on, but that has been through walks as well as fielders' choices and errors. Next pitch on the way. 1-2. That ball is going off of goes way off of the glove of the catcher Porras as Hunter Hirayama takes second base. That was a stolen base because he took off before the ball got away. Hirayama almost thought about going to third as the ball got away from the catcher Porras, but he decided to stay a second, so that's a stolen base there for Hunter Hirayama. So now the Collegians have their first runner on second base of the day. His next pitch swung on and missed on the inside fastball, and that is the second out here of the inning. So now Hildy is 0 for 2 on the day, and that will bring up the left fielder Diego Castellanos. A lot of speed on second base, and Hunter Hirayama's already got a few stolen bases in this early season. Now a long look over by Garrison. He's taking off for third. Next pitch, and that was a beautiful jump as the pitch there looks like called a ball here on Diego Castellanos. This count goes to 1-0. And Hunter Hirayama there had an amazing jump. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-1. But Hirayama basically started running before Garrison had even stepped off the rubber on it as the next pitch now on the way. A curveball missing high outside. Count now goes to 2-1. It looked like it was almost like part of the initial lead. He just started running and was not taking advantage. There was no throw to third base. So now a second stolen base for Hunter Hirayama. Next on the way. Fastball that misses high. Count now 3-1 with 2 outs here for the Collegians. A little bit of rain starting to come down. His next pitch, a high pop-up, still in the infield as everyone tried to call it off here, but it's going to be the shortstop here in Carson Sauter that will make the play here to end the inning. But no runs on no hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on, heading down to the bottom of the third. Score still 4-0 in favor of Colorado Springs. Bottom half of the third inning. As we now get ready, still the same score here, 4-0 in favor of Colorado Springs. As leading off here for the Cutthroats, here will be the center fielder Mason Sauter. Anton Keith still on the bump here as the next pitch on the way. A fastball tries the outside corner, does not get the call as the count goes to 1-0. Get some raindrops starting to fall here, but with the turf field maybe fine, but we will see. Still only first game of the doubleheader as next pitch on the way. Misses a little bit low, a check swing there, but Sauter holds up, so now the count goes 2-0. Sauter on the day. It got a single his last time up and got a run scored. This is the center fielder Sauter as now Keith ready the next pitch on the way. Fouls it off. That one goes off of the catcher Williams here, but it looks like he's fine. Is none the merrier as the count now goes 2-1. 4-0 the score here. Have not seen any offense from either side since the bottom half of the first inning where Colorado Springs got 4 runs, sending 8 men to the dish. Is now Keith ready. Next pitch on the way. A high pop-up here into shallow right center field. Going for it now. River Jackson calling everyone off. Instead, it's actually going to be the right fielder, Christian Middleman, who makes the catch for the first out of the inning. So on that one, there was a lot of convergence there from the second baseman, Chase Hildy, the center fielder, River Jackson, and Christian Middleman, and it looked like it was going to be in looks like maybe closer to center field, but maybe the wind carried that one just a little bit more to the right, and Christian Middleman ended up making the play. So now that'll bring up the designated hitter in Isaac Mercedes. As the first pitch on the way to him misses low and outside on the off speed. As the count goes to 1-0. Mercedes a single and a run scored back in the first, just like the Cutthroat before him and Mason Sauter. Now right, next pitch on the way, fouls it off. Now the count repeats at 1-1. It's good to see here from Anton Keith that he's been able to bounce back after a rough first inning. Here, 4 runs where only 2 were earned. As the rain coming down harder, next pitch ground ball up the middle, going for Chase Hill, he dives for it, gets it, throws the first, it's in time! What a play there from Chase Hildy as he makes a beautiful diving grab. The hat has come off, his jersey's almost completely undone on that. What effort there from Hildy for the second out. Put a star next to that play there as Chase Hildy's going to have that one on his highlight reel for the foreseeable future. So now there's 2 outs quickly here in the bottom half of the third inning here. Love to see some praise here for Hildy in the comments, as now that's going to bring up Colin Pighetti as the next pitch missing a little bit high as the count now goes to 1-0. Pighetti reached on an error by Chase Hildy earlier. Didn't quite want to say that part of it, but you got him. He would then later on score as the next pitch on the way. A high drive into shallow right field, going for his Middleman. He's there and he makes the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning here for Anton Keith as we head to the top half of the fourth inning. Score is still 4-0. Top half of the fourth inning. Now, as we get ready here, score still 4-0 in favor of Colorado Springs. First baseman Derek Woolwine will lead things off here for the Collegians. As now it's still Garrett Garrison on the bump here as the first pitch misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Rain starting to come down a bit harder here, as you can see a little bit here on the broadcast, the rain coming down. Next pitch on the way. Misses a little bit outside as Cal goes to 2-0. Woolwine ended off the first inning there with a pop out to the second baseman in McBroom. Trying to change his fortunes. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. A high fastball. Got exactly the pitch he wanted, but could not quite catch up to it. As the count goes to 2-1. Garrison working very quickly as the next pitch gets the strike call on that one. Looked like that one might have been a little bit low, but a good frame job there by Porras as the count now goes 2-2. All right, next pitch on the way. Fouls it off. Way to stay alive, that Derek Woolwine. And we'll try again here at 2-2. Man on deck here is third baseman and Isaac Sobieschek. The rain coming down hard as we're seeing some dark rain clouds here above, kind of above the broadcast booth and beyond it. As next pitch on the way, a high pop up in the infield here, but it looks like that one will hook foul. And we'll try once again here at 2-2. So now the first baseman, Derek Woolwine, here is shown to have really good defensive ability. Here has been getting to going with the bat. Next pitch on the way, lined it into right field for a base hit over the outstretched glove of Spaghetti, and that is a leadoff single there for one Mr. Derek Woolwine. So he gets on at first here as Spaghetti didn't have enough time to even try to dive or react or anything like that, as that is going to be a single to get things started in the fourth. And now that'll bring up here Isaac Sobieschek, as Sobieschek got on via the walk to lead off the second inning. Still has yet to get official at bat. So next pitch on the way. Misses a little bit low as that one is blocked by the catcher Porras. Count goes to 1-0. We'll want to receive a bit of speed from him, but is not your prototypical speedster. Again, but for first baseman, definitely on the upper edge of speed. Next pitch on the way. Misses a little high. Count now goes 2-0. His main real ability is being able to play excellent defense. So now here again, Garrison working with a runner on. Your next pitch on the way. That one just misses the zone as the count now goes 3-0 with Christian Middleman, the man on deck. Ready now, next pitch on the way, and he was taking that pitch all the way anyway, and it's in the dirt for ball 4. Second walk here to Sobieschek as Derek Woolwine will be pushed over to second base, and now the Collegians have runners on at first and second with nobody out. That is going to prompt a mound visit from Coach Dusty. So right now, up until this point, Garrett Garrison has been very dominant here, and this is really the first signs of struggle we've seen from him. In the first inning, he gave up a single to Diego Castellanos, then the second, a walk, and then another runner reaching on via fielder's choice. And then in the third inning, Hunter Hirayama reached via an error, stole all the way to third, but there were no other hits after that. This is, in fact, right now, the first time this game so far that a Collegian has gotten on base twice in a row here against Garrison. Is now the mound visit, also joined by the shortstop Sauter and the first baseman Spaghetti, excuse me. But now that's going to bring up here again Christian Middleman, who is 0-1 on the day. The rain's starting to get a good bit harder here in Colorado Springs. The next pitch on the way tries the inside bit, but no call there as the count goes to 1-0. Runner at second base, Derek Woolwine. Isaac Sobieschek on at first. Scores 4-0 in favor of Colorado Springs. Now Garrison takes a look around at the runners here. Next pitch on the way. Goes inside again and gets the same call. It's ball 2. 2-0 the count. Also, give Christian Middleton some credit here on these inside pitches. He is staying there regardless of how close it has gotten. He has not moved a muscle, showing really good determination at the dish. Now ready the 2-0. Goes inside, but this time it gets it over the plate as the count goes to 2-1. Maybe that might be the strategy that Boulder's trying to work with right now, as they've got runners on first and second with nobody out here in the fourth. Next pitch on the way from Garrison is a curveball. That one finds the zone as the count goes to 2-2. We've seen Garrett Garrison have a little bit of trouble with that curveball. He's had a few that he's thrown almost outright over the glove of the catcher Porras, but that one was located beautifully to make it now a 2-2 count. Nobody out. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt. A good block there by the catcher Porras, and now the count runs full 3-2. And yes, that is actually the first full count we've even seen today from the Collegians. Actually, looking back at it as well, for both teams, this is the first full count of the game. Now look over to second base here from Garrison. The payoff on the way. That's going to hit him on the curveball. And that is going to load up the bases as Derek Woolwine goes to second. Sobieschek to first. Middleman to first. And now that's going to bring up Luke Blackman. As now, again, with the rain still coming down pretty strong, Blackman, who got on via fielder's choice back in the second, comes up in an ideal situation. Bases loaded and nobody out. First pitch on the way. Finds a pitch driven deep into center field. Going back for it is Sauter. He has a read. He's there and he makes the catch. Tagging from third is going to be Derek Woolwine. Sobieschek goes tags from second. The throw into third is not in time. As Sobieschek gets to third, Derek Woolwine will score, and the Collegians have their first run of the ball game. It is now 4-1 still in favor of Colorado Springs. To call that an SFA RBI in your books at home, as now it is 4-1. And that'll bring up here the catcher and Brett Williams. It's the first pitch is taken for a strike on Williams. Count goes to 0-1. So only one out here in the top half of the fourth inning. The rain getting a lot harder here. You can hear it audibly here in the booth. Take off for second here, and another beautiful drive. Hit and run. That's going to be a base hit into right field. Scoring easily is Sobieschek. Heading for third will be Christian Middleman, who was stealing second base on the hit and run. The hit there from Brett Williams was right in between the huge gap between first and second base, and that will now make it a 4-2 ball game as Sobieschek scores, and then Middleman finds his way to third. Williams on at first is now 4-2 in favor still of Colorado Springs, but do not discount so far what Boulder is doing right here, as that'll bring up Hunter Hirayama. First pitch on the line, shows but drops it down the line, but goes foul. That was a really well executed, but just could not quite get the exact on it. So it's 4-2 now. There, as on at third base now is Christian Middleman, and Brett Williams is on at first. 2 straight RBIs here for the Collegians. A nice lead over at first there by Williams, and now a pickoff throw to first, but nothing doing as he gets back easily. Still only one out. So we get right now the 1 pitch on the way. Fouls it off to the left side as that one will go off of the dugout there of the Cutthroats. And now we'll try it again with a count of 0-2. Right now, this has been so far the best chance that we have seen for the Collegians here, getting at Garrison. The next pitch on the way. High drive into deep right field. Going back for it is Gracia. He's looking for it. He can't get it. That's going to be extra bases. Scoring for third on the play is Middleman. Rounding third, heading for home, now is going to be Williams. And coasting into third base with a game-tying triple is Hunter Hirayama. Hirayama, we have seen from him that he has the ability to make these insane hits and to get good will on the ball. It was just about whether or not he was going to get It's like where the fielders weren't, and he just hits a beautiful flare into right for a triple, and now it is 4-4. A tie ball game here in Colorado Springs. As that's going to bring up the top of the order here, River Jackson. First pitch is an off speed that finds the zone as the count goes to 0-1. Next pitch now on the way. Misses a little bit low as the count goes now to 1-1 here on River Jackson. 0 for 2 on the day. But right now, Boulder has been working hard here and has been capitalizing here against Garrison. Only one out of the infield playing in. The next pitch on the way to Jackson is an off speed that finds the outside part of the zone. 1-2. Now the count. But right now, Boulder has been playing hard, and a big triple there from Hunter Hirayama. We've been talking with him, and he's like he just needs to find the open hole. His next pitch on the way misses in the dirt. A great block there by the catcher Porras as Hirayama said we'll stay at third base, keeps the count 2-2. He's getting on base via walks and stealing some bases. That's the first time we've seen from him that he just drives a ball right to where no one's at, as Gracia was almost able to get to it. The 2-2. Fouls that one off, and the catcher is down. Porras looks like he's okay. The home plate umpire, Bob Catchell, is going to give him just a moment to collect himself. Here has got a good relationship between the umpire and catcher. One of the things you do for each other. As it looks like he is fine, as Coach Dusty is going to come up and make sure everything's okay. Not a long conversation. Does give him a new baseball that he gives to the umpire. But now we have still 2-2 count here on the speedy River Jackson. Over at third base, Hunter Hirayama. 4-4, a tie ball game. Now here in the top half of the fourth inning, the 2-2 on the way. High pop-up into shallow right field. Going for it is Gracie. Hunter probably will tag on this, and he will. The catch is made. Throw into home. The tag does not get there as the ball does not get to the catcher. It was over his glove, and Hunter Hirayama will score. And now Boulder takes the lead on the sacrifice fly from River Jackson. And now it is 5-4 in favor of Boulder. And it was a hard slide there by Hunter Hirayama there, but right now, give that an RBI here to River Jackson as the next pitch on the way here to second baseman Chase Hildy is fouled off. Count goes to 0-1. Hildy is the eighth man to come to the dish here in this inning. Boulder has scored 5 runs in the inning, and they have not been cheap either. The 0-1 on the way. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit for Chase Hildy, as Hildy will coast into first base with a single, his first hit of the ball game. And now it is still 5-4, but the ninth man of the inning is coming up to the plate in the form of left fielder Diego Castellanos. Man on deck is the guy who got this all started here, and Derek Woolwine with a leadoff single. Pick off over to first, but nothing doing as Hildy gets back in. Hildy has shown good speed, so makes sense for a pickoff over there. Garrison just trying to get the last out here, and he's not going to get there. That's an infield single right up the middle here, fielded by Sauter. And now the Collegians have completely batted around the lineup with another hit here by Diego Castellanos. So now Hildy is on at second base, and we'll get things going here again with Derek Woolwine, who led off the inning. It's still 5-4 in favor of your Collegians. The 10th man to the dish here for Boulder. It's now on at second base, Chase Hildy. Castellanos on at first. Next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count now goes to 1-0. One really interesting thing to note about this is, well, there have only been 2 walks in this inning. They're given up by Garrison. Actually, 2 walks. As the next pitch there will miss for ball 2. Count goes to 2-0. 5-4. Now the score in favor of Boulder. 2 runners on. Here as the next pitch on the way. Misses high and outside. The count now goes 3-0 here on Woolwine with Isaac Sobieschek, the man on deck. Walked earlier this inning and via single in the second. Here we go. Next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 4. That is another walk given up here by Garrett Garrison. And now the bases are loaded. And it looks like we are going to have a pitching change here as Coach Dusty comes out. And that is going to do it here for one Mr. Garrett Garrison. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the changes for you. You are listening to Boulder Collegians Baseball here on YouTube. All right, new pitcher in. It's Reed Johansson here for the Cutthroats as the sidearmer's first pitch is inside, call for a strike. Going now on the play and sliding in safely is Chase Hildy, who takes advantage of maybe a little bit of slippery conditions here on the field. Now it is 6-4 in favor of Boulder. So right now, again, great awareness there by the second baseman, Chase Hildy. As now, again, the count is 0-1 here on Sobieschek. Day is done for Garrett Garrison. Book not yet closes. That run is attributed here to him. His next pitch misses for ball 1. 1-1. Now the count goes 3 2/3, giving up 6 hits, 4 walks, 1 strikeout. It was really just this 4th inning that was his downfall. As the next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-2. And now Reed Johnson, number 14, Johansson, is on the bump here. The righty side armor. Don't see a whole ton of side armors in the game anymore, but here he is, and he's had good locations so far. 1-2. The next pitch on the way, ground ball, just foul. Guess we'll try it again here. 1-2. Should also mention that on that last play as well, Hilby was able to score on it, but Diego Castellanos moves to third and Derek Woolwine over to second base. So now, again, it is 6-4 in favor of Boulder as they have been on fire here in this fourth inning. Even the hard rain here cannot cool them off. And still chance to add on some more here in this massive inning. 1-2 the count here. Johansson looks in. The next pitch on the way is a high pop-up going foul as that one finds just left of the press box here. And we'll try it again here at 1-2. Runner on at third base here, Diego Castellanos, Derek Woolwine on at second, and Isaac Sobieschek is the man at the dish. Johansson gets set. The 1-2 is taken for strike 3, and that will end the inning. But Boulder takes the lead, scoring 6 runs here in the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Boulder leads it 6-4. Bottom half of the fourth inning here now as Boulder has taken the lead, and Anton Keith now has a lead to work with. Here in the bottom half of the fourth inning, Boulder leads it 6-4. Hello everyone, I'm Alex Clark, your broadcaster for today's game. Here as now the leading off here for the Cutthroats will be the left fielder in Logan Wilson. First pitch on the way to Logan, swung on and missed on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. And I don't know about you guys, but that one looked a little bit faster than the other ones. I think he might be having a little bit of heat now that he has the lead with him. Has a little bit more of a fire to him as the 0-1 pitch on the way is lined into right for a base hit right in between Hildy and Woolwine for a leadoff single. Second hit on the day here for Logan Wilson. Last hit he had was a single that drove in 2 RBIs there for Colorado Springs. It is still 6-4, and that'll bring up the right fielder in Chris Gracia. So Gracia, here his last time up, grounded out to the third baseman, Sobieschek. And now comes up with nobody out here in the fourth. Next pitch on the way is fouled off to the left side as the count now goes to 0-1. But a huge 6-run inning there for Boulder in the top half gave them the lead. As now next pitch on the way is called ball, just missing that outside corner. As on that one, Williams really tried to frame that one to make it look better, but home plate umpire here and Bob Catchell says otherwise. So the count now level at 1-1. Might just be me, but I think the rain's starting to let up a little bit. Exactly what these two teams seem to need as next pitch is taken on the outside, throw down to second base. The throw is in time and gets the out. A beautiful throw by Williams, catches Logan Wilson stealing, and that is the first out of the inning. The pitch was a called ball, so now the count is 2-1 here, but now Anton Keith doesn't have to worry about that leadoff single anymore. As Chris Gracie, the lefty, now has a 2-1 count. Next pitch on the way is lined right over the third base Sobieszczyk's head, and that's going to go for a base hit. Fielding as Castellanos has to hurry up the throw. The throw is going into second base, not in time as the throw is cut off there by Hirayama. Head first slided by Chris Gracie. Gets a 1-out double here in the fourth inning. And that's going to bring up here the catcher, Anthony Porras. But it looks like here we might actually be done here with Anton Keith as soon as I said that the rain was going away, here it comes back in heavy force. But it looks like here this is just going to be a mound visit here, but nothing anymore. And actually, no, it looks like we may be having a pitching substitution. That's exactly what we are. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have the substitution for you. We'll be back in just a moment here with Boulder Collegians Baseball. All right, so it looks like we are going to have a pitching change. However, first, it looks like we are going to now be in a rain and hail delay here. So when we have more information, we will give it to you. Stay here with us. We're going to keep here live with you here. We'll give updates as we get them. But right now, currently, Boulder leads it a score 6-4 here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. We'll be back after this rain delay or whenever we have an update for you in just a bit. Well, right now, looks like we are back in action. The rain has let up just a little bit, but still coming down pretty good. We'll see how much longer we keep going on this one for, or if we need to take another delay there. There's a lot of sounds coming from the sky here, but we're still right here as the new pitcher is Alec Martinez. Anton Keith's day is officially done, but he is still responsible for the runners Logan Wilson and Chris Gracia. But now that'll bring in Anthony Porras to the dish. The first pitch on the way to Porras misses for ball one as the count goes to 1-0. Anton Keith goes 3 innings plus here, giving up what looks to be, 7 hits. Looks in now, Ray Martinez. Next pitch on the way. Misses a little bit high as the count now goes to 2-0. But exactly 7 hits. We don't know the number of runs just yet, as both runners are still onto him. His next pitch on the way. High drive into shallow center field as over there is Jackson. He's there, makes the catch. A strong throw cut off by Hirayama. Keeps the runner, actually not, so 3 and a third inning, excuse me. I want to make sure on that one. There, as Chris Gracie has to retreat back to second base here, and that will just count as a flyout here for Anthony Porras. And now that's going to bring in the second baseman and Trey McBroom. As right now, runner on second base, 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Still a lot of weather here in Colorado Springs as we get ready. Next pitch on the way is taken for a ball, just missed the high inside corner. As the count now goes to 1-0. McBroom over 1 on the day with a strikeout to Anton Keith. Now face off against Alec Martinez. The next pitch on the way. A little looper right over to the second baseman as Hilly's there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out. So no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on. We head to the 5th. Boulder leads it 6-4. All right, we're now here on the top half of the 5th inning as Boulder leads it 6-4 here. Reed Johansson still on the bump as the first pitch catches the outside corner to Christian Middleman. And the count now goes to 0-1. The rain coming down even harder right now as All the fans now are underneath some sort of covering as the next pitch is fouled off to the right side. Count goes to 1-1, and I cannot even begin to say how happy I am that we have a roof. So with that, nobody on here, top half of the fifth inning, 6-4 is the score here for your Boulder Collegians. And I think, yep, that's exactly what's going to happen right now. We're going to have one more rain delay as there is just one signal being given by the umpires, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Looks like we're going to be in a rain delay here, so we'll be back in a bit here with any information we have on it. You are listening to Boulder Collegians Baseball. We're back here now in the top half of the fifth inning. Rain delay is now come and gone here as we will retain right where we're at. It was a 1-1 count here on Christian Middleman. Here as now again, Reed Johansson. Right, next pitch on the way, misses outside as the count now goes 2-1. 2-1 the count here as Middleman's last time out got on via the walk and scored. We go next pitch. Fouls it off to the right side. So now counts 2-2. So with that now being in here, we'll see how the weather keeps going. We've now had 2 rain delays here, and we'll see how long he's going. Because again, this is only game 1 of the doubleheader. Next pitch on the way, fouls it off right behind home plate. So we'll try it once again right where we're at. Count is 1-2, as I was mistaken, and I'll gladly own up to that one. But now get 1-2 count, nobody out here in the top of the fifth inning. 6-4 the score. Favor of Boulder. Next pitch on the way. Ground ball. That's going to be a base hit in the left field, right in between the shortstop and third bases, Sauter and Tatis. And now he's going to second base on the errant throw, and he will get in there. He slid off the base and gets back in just in time as Christian Middleman will get on via a single, and then reaching second on the error. That's going to be an E7. And on that one, showing more about the conditions of the field here as he started that slide legitimately probably about 5 feet before. Ooh. Yeah, you've got it. There we go. We've been waiting here, and that's a cliff hit. That was a very big lightning strike here. So we are going to take another delay. We apologize for all the delays. We'll be back in a bit with any information as you are listening to Boulder Collegians Baseball. All right, we are back now after the rain/thunder delay here. We are ready again for baseball here. Quick update where we're at here. Score is 6-4 in favor of Boulder. As right now on at second base is Christian Middleman, got a single just before the inning and then advanced to second on the E7. So now Luke Blackman ready to face off here against Reed Johansson. As the first pitch on the way from Reed and misses just a little bit low as the count now goes to 1-0. Luke Blackman on the day 0-for-1. Got on via fielder's choice and then a sacrifice fly back in the fourth over to the center fielder in Sauter. Sun Skies here again as the next pitch misses outside on the slider. 2-0 out of the count. Weather has been very unpredictable today, but we're going to take advantage of it while we have the sun. So that's exactly what's going on here, and you can see things a lot better now, the fact that it isn't pouring down rain. But now the wind is here too. So here we go, ready now. The 2-0 pitch on the way, taking off now for third. That's an easy stolen base there for a Christian Middleman, who took off a little early there, but looks like he had a good read on what Johansson was going to do, and now he stands on at third base with nobody out. 2-0 the count, though, here on Luke Blackman. Next pitch on the way as the infield is in. Next pitch is taken for a strike. The count goes to 2-1. Again, that's one of the biggest things we've seen from this team is while there's not always a huge ton of power, there's a lot of speed and ability to manufacture runs. Next pitch is driven deep into left center field. Going back for it is Sauter, and that's going to go over his head for a base hit. Jogging easily into home is Middleman. Now stopping at second base is Luke Blackman with an RBI double. It is now 7-4 in favor of Boulder. A big shot there for Luke Blackman as Christian Middleman will score. It is not an earned run as he got an extra base off of the error. So now it does change the score, though, to 7-4. So now that's going to bring up here the catcher in Brett Williams. Williams here now, next pitch on the way. Tries a little bit high on the fastball, but does not get the call. Count goes to 0-1. Williams with an RBI single and a run scored, both in the big fourth inning for Boulder. Scoring 6 runs in that inning. Next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner, but does not get the call on that one as the count now goes 2-0. Williams had a hard hit shot back in the fourth. Here also was the final out of the second inning for Boulder. As Johansson gets the side, look over at second base. Now the next pitch on the way misses outside. A good catch there by the catcher Porras. And that brings the count, though, to 3-0. With the man on deck being Hunter Hirayama. So right now, 3-0 count. You got to imagine that Williams will not be swinging on the pitch here, especially with Hirayama getting the triple his last time up. Next pitch on the way. And that's exactly what happens as he's taken for a strike. Count goes to 3-1. This is the first full inning of work here for Reed Johansson as Garrett Garrison went 3 2/3. So now Johansson looks in, gets the sign, is set. A look over at second, a long look at second base, then a big secondary. His next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 2. That was a mighty cut there for Brett Williams as the count now runs full 3-2. 7-4 the score. Your top half of the fifth inning. On at second base is Luke Blackman after his RBI double. Look over to second. Now ready, next pitch on the way. High drive into left center field. Going for it is Wilson as he's there and he makes the catch on the run for the first out here of the inning. As Luke Blackman has to retreat back. A long at bat for him. And that's now going to bring up the shortstop in Hunter Hirayama. Hirayama, a lot of speed as well. And We've been talking about how he's been getting the barrel on the ball. The problem has just been always going right to the fielder. Well, we saw what happened when that doesn't happen, as he got a triple hitting that one down the right field line. Next pitch on the way is taken for a ball throw down to second. No throw to third, as instead that is just going to be a stolen base here for Luke Blackman, as he now stands on at third, making the sacrifice fly. Now a potential. But there wasn't even a throw. Had an amazing jump on that. We've seen that was another big skill of this team. Next pitch on the way is an off speed that finds the inside corner. And the count now goes to 1-1 on Hirayama. As well as that 2 RBI triple and run scored in the fourth. There, he's also gotten on via an error in the third and stole 2 bags. As the next pitch on the way, and that gets Hirayama. As Hirayama will take the painful trot to first base. And now there's runners on the corners for the leadoff man in River Jackson. And Hirayama looks like he's okay. Had to kind of dust himself off just a little bit. Will not be too surprised, though, if we see Hirayama try to take second base. And that was a quick time is called, but we're back into it now for Jackson on the day. Is 0-for-2 with a RBI sac fly back in the fourth. Next pitch on the way inside, and that gets him. 2 straight hit by pitches on 2 pitches. And now the bases are absolutely loaded full of Collegians. As now Luke Blackman stays on at third. Hunter Hirayama goes to second, and River Jackson now on at first. And that's going to bring up the second baseman, Chase Hildy. Now the home plate umpire here, and Bob Catchell looks like he's trying to get some fresh baseballs here. And now that's going to bring up here Chase Hildy. Over at third base, we've got Luke Blackman on at second, Hunter Hirayama, River Jackson on at first. 1 out here in the top half of the fifth inning. Next pitch on the way. Misses low and outside. Count goes to 1-0. Hildy, 1 for 3 on the day. A single and a run scored back in the fourth. So now he's ready. Looks in. The sign, the pitch from Johansson. Misses outside as the count goes to 2-0. Not too surprising seeing Johansson working outside after hitting 2 straight batters. So here we go. Bases loaded, full of Collegians. Top half of the fifth inning. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. It looks like on the slider. As the count now goes to 2-1. Right now for Chase Hildy, a chance to really open up this game wide as Boulder has a 7-4 lead here in the fifth. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. He was trying to make this game a 10-4 lead with that swing as the count goes to 2-2. But this has been a game of 2 sides here. Again, 2 halves so far as the next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3 and a big second out there for Reed Johansson. As now there are 2 outs here in the fifth, and that's going to bring up Diego Castellanos. Castellanos on the day, 2 for 3, a couple of singles to his name. A single here with the speed on base, could score 2, and honestly, there's even potential with the speed of River Jackson on that third. It could score 3. Doubtful, but, hey, no, we've seen him steal multiple bags in a game. Next pitch on the way. That's a strike on the slider as the count goes to 0-1. But Diego Castellanos here, we've seen him rip some good hits into the gap. And with the field still probably being a little bit slippery, maybe a little harder to get some of these extra bases. Next pitch is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2. A good frame draw there by Porras. And now count goes to 0-2. 7-4 is the score. As now we're ready here once again. The next pitch on the way. Inside, and that gets him. Another hit by pitch for Reed Johansson. Scoring on it will be Luke Blackman as that is going to be an RBI hit by pitch for Diego Castellanos, and now it's 8-4 in favor of Boulder. Hunter Hirayama to third, River Jackson to second, and Diego Castellanos now on at first. So now that will bring up Derek Woolwine, who has a single run score back in the fourth. First pitch is driven into left center field. Going for it is Soder. He's there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out. But Boulder does get some more runs on the board. They now lead it by a score of 8-4. Bottom half of the fifth inning. Now here, Alec Martinez on the bump here still for Boulder as the first pitch taken for a strike here against Carson Sauter. As now the count goes to 0-1. Bottom half of the fifth inning. Sauter 1 for 2, a single. As next pitch misses high and outside, 1-1 the count. Weather really starting to figure itself out now, as now we're getting some nice blue skies here. So the 1-1 on the way for Martinez. Misses inside, count goes to 2-1. Alec Martinez here, the pitcher on the bump here for Boulder. Here, lefty, next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike on that inside fastball. The count now goes to 2-2. Again, for Martinez, his biggest strike is not velocity. It's amazing control. He really knows how to work the zones. As the next pitch on the way, ground ball right over to Hildy. He's got it cleanly, throws over to Woolwine at first in time for the easy 4-3 putout. And now there's one out here in the inning, as that will bring a third baseman in Daniel Tatis. But scores 8-4 in favor of the Collegians. Right now, again, going back to this game, the first inning here at Colorado Springs led this a score 4-0 after the bottom half of the first inning. Next pitch now on the way is taken for a ball. Just misses that one a little bit low. Kind of goes to 1-0. Then there's no scoring until the fourth inning, where Boulder gets 6 to take the lead. As the next pitch on the way, it takes for a strike, levels the count 1-1. Then adds a little bit more on in the fifth, with a couple more runs, making the score where it's at now, 8-4. Here we go. Next delivery on the way is low and inside. In fact, almost got Tatis there, as the count now goes to 2-1. But this is starting to show a little bit more of the narrative of this team. They are a team that will fight and will fight until the end. Here again, going back even into the last game, giving up 9 runs in the second as the next pitch misses high. Count goes 3-1 with Mason Sauter, the man on deck. And then scoring 9 runs themselves in the bottom of the inning, making it a huge offensive showdown. Even though they did not come away with the victory in that game, 15-13, showed the true fighting spirit of the team as the next pitch is taken for a strike hitting the inside corner on the fastballs. The count now runs full 3-2. Now Alec Martinez trying to get his first strikeout on the day. Payoff pitch on the way. Fouls it off, and we'll try it again once more. As Tatis got that just on the top part of the barrel, but wasn't able to project it forward. Full count, 3-2, 1 out here at Doherty High School. Right now, the 3-2 pitch on the way. Ground ball, and that was a fair ball. And that one is blocked down by Sobieschek, as that'll keep it to a single. A great diving play there, as that ball was hit on the button down the line, as Sobieschek is able to knock it down. We'll keep it to a single there for Daniel Tatis. That is his second single on the day, and that's going to bring up Mason Sauter to the dish. Sauter now is 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored back in the first inning. Was the second total run scored here for Colorado Springs, with the first earned run. So now right next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed on the big bender, as that was a beautiful curveball there thrown by Alec Martinez. Again, not a lot of velocity on it, but didn't need to get the swing and miss. Next on the way, line right back up the middle. Let's go for a base hit. Martinez almost able to snag it with the glove as Jackson throws it in. That's going to be a 1-out single there for Mason Sauter, his second single on the game, as Daniel Tatis will go over to second base, and that's going to bring up the designated hitter in Isaac Mercedes. But score 8-4 here in favor of Boulder. Bottom half of the fifth inning, we have had a few rain and thunder delays in this game, but that's not stopping these two teams from getting that finish in this game and then going for the doubleheader. So next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the off-speed breaking pitch. Count goes to 0-1. Isaac Mercedes a single or a run scored back in the first inning here, but one interesting one here we'll talk about in just a moment here, as the next pitch on the way for Martinez misses lows. The count goes to 1-1. Was this at bat in the third inning, where it's just marked in the last scorebook as a 4-3, but it was a great diving play by Chase Hildy over at second that is going to go in a lot of people's highlight reels. And the next pitch on the way misses high and outside. Count goes to 2-1. So while it may just look at the scorebook as a 4-3, might as well put a little star with it, because that one was definitely earned. Runners on second at first. Tatis at second. Sauter at first. Mercedes at the dish. Next pitch swung on and missed for strike 2. And that was a powerful hack from Mercedes, as the count now runs even 2-2. The sun now really shining here in Colorado Springs. Next pitch on the way. Misses outside. Couldn't get a handle on the breaking ball, as the count now runs again full 3-2. Batter on deck is Colin Pighetti. Alec Martinez gets a sign from Williams. Look over a second. The payoff on the way. Fouls it off to the right side, and we'll do it once again. 3-2, as Martinez given a new baseball from home umpire Bob Catchell. Fun, a little bit of fun here, as both umpires named Bob. Just a little bit of fun trivia there for the viewers at home. So now Martinez takes a long look in, gets the sign to look around at the runners. The pitch, ground ball down the third base line, but fielded by the third base coach here, and Brandon Wakefield. But fielded by a coach, not a player, so nothing doing. We'll try it again. But now Wakefield able to show his fielders how to get it done on a slow ground ball. Martinez now ready the pitch. This was lined into left for a base hit over the head of Sobieschek. That's going to be fielded by Castellanos, and he's going to be held on at third, thrown to second base, not in time. Here is on it there. Daniel Tatis thought about going home, was told to hold it, although Castellanos had bobbled the ball. He probably could have made it, but had already decided to stay once the bobble was made. So now that is going to be a single there for Isaac Mercedes. And the bases are now loaded as Mason Sauter's on at second. And Colin Pighetti, lefty, is up. Lefty. here in the bottom of the fifth. First pitch on the way. Misses on the outside. The fastball. Count goes to 1-0. Spaghetti reached via an error on Chase Hildy. Second baseman back in the first. And then would end up scoring. It's the 1-0 pitch on the way. High drive into deep right center field. Calling everyone off now is the right fielder Middleman. He catches a throw into home on the tag. It's not in time as Daniel Tatis will score on the sacrifice fly. It is now 8-5 in favor, though, of Boulder, as Mason Sauter will also make his way over to third base. Called that one an SF9 RBI in your books. As now the score is 8-5, and that's going to bring up here Logan Wilson, the left fielder, on to hit. So now here, Logan Wilson on the day, 2 singles, 2 RBIs. Here was caught stealing back in the fourth. Comes up with runners on the corners and just 1 out. 2 outs. As the next pitch on the way is taken for a ball as the count goes to 1-0. First out of the inning came off of the ground ball from Carson Suter, and the second was on the fly ball to right. So now 1-0 count here. Next pitch on the way. That's a ground ball in the infield taken by Martinez. He has it, throws the first in time for the third and final out, and that will end the inning. But one more run comes across here for Colorado Springs as we now head to the top half of the sixth. Our score is 8-5. Top half of the sixth inning, score 8-5 in favor of Boulder. Reed Johnson Johansson, still on the bump here for Colorado Springs as Isaac Sobieschek gets ready as the first pitch taken for ball. Count goes to 1-0. Johansson, the side armors. Next pitch on the way is a called strike on the swing from Sobieschek. He thought he held up the swing on the check swing, but I'll play to umpire. Bob says no. Bob Catchell, to be precise, is now ready. The 1-1 on the way. Swung on and missed. A mighty hack there by Sobieschek as the count goes to 1-2. For Isaac on the day is 0 for 1. A couple of walks to his name as well as a run scored and a strikeout looking. So right now, once again, righty. Next pitch on the way. High pop-up, but that one is going foul. Just over to the right side, and we'll do it again here at 1-2. But for Isaac Sobieschek, he has been seeing the ball really well lately. He struck out looking back in the fourth, But on that one, he thought it was very well inside, and the umpire said otherwise. Next pitch on the way. This was lined up the middle for a base hit. As fielding it now is Sauter. And so Sobieschek will cruise into first base with his first hit of the ball game. That's a leadoff single for Sobieschek. And that'll bring up Christian Middleman up to the plate. But right now, again, Boulder leads it 8-5 the score. Here, as Middleman getting ready here on the day, he is 1 for 2 with a single, a walk, a stolen base, and 2 runs scored. 1 earned, 1 unearned. The next pitch on the way misses outside, and a great leap there from Porras to keep it in front of him so that Sobieschek would not be able to advance to second. The ball was well outside. Count goes to 1-0. So right now, Johansson works pretty quickly regardless of whether or not there's a runner on base. Gets his signs ready. The next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count now goes to 2-0. But Reed Johansson came in relief here in the 4th inning of Garrett Garrison. After Garrison went through 3 innings very strong, had a little trouble in the 4th. The next pitch on the way misses outside. Count goes to 3-0 with Luke Blackman, the man on deck. And it was really just in the 4th inning where Garrett had his issues, and they just keep compounding as the first out that he was able to get that did not come until River Johnson with the fly out. It's like that actually ended up being, actually this is a different one, excuse me. That's the next pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 3-1. The first out he got was a sacrifice fly from Luke Blackman here, but after that it was just, he had trouble finding the zone even. But he still was able to go through 3 dominant, 3-1 the count. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as Middleman did not agree with it, but that one looked right over the edge of the plate as the count goes full now 3-2. Isaac Sobieschek, the man on at first. 8-5 the score here in the 6th. Takes off. Next pitch, ground ball right back up the middle. This could be a double. No, it's not. It's going to diving effort there from Sauter. That's going to go into shallow center field. Taking off on the pitch with Sobieschek was another hit and run. We've seen Boulder do that a ton, and that is going to be, I'm going to give that one a base hit. It has to be after the diving effort there from Sauter. So Sobieschek will move to 3rd, and Middleman is on at first with a single. So now runners at the corners here with nobody out here in the top half of the 6th inning. And Luke Blackman comes up to the dish, has 2 RBIs on the day, a double back in the 5th and a sacrifice fly back in the 4th. As now this pitch is going to go away from the catcher, and that'll be a wild pitch that allows Middleman on to go to second base. So now 2 runners on scoring position here for Boulder. Luke Blackman a chance to really extend the lead here for the Collegians. 1-0 the count. Here, righty v righty matchup. Right now, the one pitch on the way, high pop up into shallow left center field, but right there, in fact, is going to be the shortstop as that ball was very much carried back into the infield. That'll be enough for the first out here of the inning. So 1 out, runners on at 2nd and 3rd. And that'll bring up here the catcher, Brett Williams. But we've seen the wind start to pick up more now that the rain has dissipated, and we're thankful for that, as now we have a lot of blue skies in front of us here in Colorado Springs. Ready now, next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count goes to 1-0. Let's thank some of our sponsors: Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, Alpine Bank, Mike Maroney, Buick and GMC, and WK Real Estate. So now 1 out of the count here, 2 runners on. The next pitch on the way is lined over the diving glove of the second baseman, McBroom, and that's going to be 1, maybe 2. The throw in from the right fielder, Gracia is going to be not in time, so a 2 RBI single. Therefore, Brett Williams, he now has 3 RBIs on the day, and now Boulder has reached 10 runs on the game as Sobieschek and Christian Middleman will each score. It is now 10-5 in favor of Boulder. So now that's going to bring up the number 9 hitter in Hunter Hirayama. As Hirayama already with a 2 RBI triple in this game. The first pitch taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Hirayama's reached base in every trip to the dish. Got the triple in the fourth, reached via an error in the third, and was hit by a pitch in the fifth. And now he's working with an 0-1 count. Next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count now goes to 1-1. Brett Williams, the catcher, on at first. Right now, Boulder leading in a score of 10-5. Ready now, the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike, hitting the low part of the zone, the fastball. The count goes to 1-2. But Reed Johansson now has gone a couple innings of work. Here has had a little trouble with his command. Now we see potentially looks like a couple arms going off to the bullpen. And now we got potentially a constant as there on that one, Brett Williams was caught leaning, but the throw was a little bit offline there, so he gets away with one there. Maybe he's going to be a little bit more alert now over on at first. Right, next pitch on the way is outside. Throw down to second base. Brett Williams tries to steal second base, and he's going to get in there safely as the ball gets away from Suter. Good backup work there by McBroom, and that's a stolen base there for Brett Williams. As the count here, we'll try to see. It looks like that last pitch, I believe, was a ball here, but the count now at 2-2. Here we go. Now, as the next pitch on the way is lined foul to the right side. Keeps the count right where it's at 2-2. Hirayama really fights for his at-bats. He swings the pitches that he likes. And if he doesn't fully like it, he'll try and spoil it. He's done that a couple times already in this game. Now works with a 2-2 count. Runner on second base, Brett Williams. Next pitch on the way. Misses way outside. A good lunge there from the catcher, Porras. And that'll bring the count full now, 3-2. Well, Boulder now leading at 10-5 here in the sixth. A little bit of wind, but it's mostly died down a little bit. Just a nice gentle breeze. It's the payoff on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Tried to get the edge of the bat on it, but not able to do so. And now there's 2 outs here in the sixth. And that'll bring up here the leadoff man in River Jackson. Comes out with a runner on at second base here and 2 outs. Jackson on the day is 0 for 2. A ground out, a fly out, a sacrifice fly RBI, and reaching via hit by pitch. Is now a long look at second base by Johansson. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Sounded like potentially it was fouled into the glove of the catcher Porras, but home plate umpire said that it's just a strike. Regardless, same result. The count's 0-1 now here on Jackson. Now he looks in, gets the sign. The side armor's delivery is driven into right field, going back for his Gracia, as that was being caught by the wind a bit, but he's able to make the catch for the third and final out. But Boulder gets 2 more runs as we head to the bottom half of the sixth. Our score 10-5 in favor of the Collegians. Bottom half of the sixth inning now as Boulder leads it by a score of 10-5. Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Clark, your broadcaster for today's game here, as we still have Alec Martinez on the bump here, as looks like time is called for some reason, but it looks like we're back in. Maybe there was someone on the field shouldn't have been, as the first pitch on the way is a called strike there to the next hitter, number 35. That's Chris Gracie. Next pitch swung on and missed as Alec Martinez working quick and quickly gets ahead 0-2. So with it now, right, next pitch on the way, swung on and missed for strike three. 3 pitches and 3 strikes to 1 strikeout to Chris Gracie. And Alec Martinez gets his first strikeout on the day, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Anthony Porras. So now Porras, who we've been praising defensively today, offensively, not as much, 0 for 2. The ground down to fly out. The first pitch misses inside, and there goes the immaculate inning as the count goes to 1-0. It's a little shout out there to my friend Spencer. As the next pitch misses high, count now goes to 2-0. Score 10-5 in favor of Boulder here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Next pitch on the way. Misses high. Count now runs 3-0 with Trey McBroom, the man on deck. If you wonder why this game has gone on much longer than anticipated, in fact, the last game was supposed to start 20 minutes ago. Next pitch on the way. Misses inside for ball 4, and that is a 4-pitch walk after a 3-pitch strikeout. Gets a 4-pitch walk. Very definitive. There is now Anthony Porras will take the trot over to first. Now they'll bring up the second baseman and Trey McBroom. But the reason why is we've had a few delays in this game, 2 rain delays and a thunder delay, but we're still here playing baseball. So now again, Trey McBroom is 0 for 2 on the day. Martinez a look over at first. The next pitch, a breaking ball that finds the outside corner of the zone as the count goes to 0-1. Martinez working well with Williams, the 0-1. Another breaking ball that finds its way into the zone. Count goes to 0-2. And really, Martinez has been really commanding that breaking ball of his. It freezes the hitters. Next pitch on the way, tries inside, but does not get the call. The count goes to 1-2. And the vast speed difference between his fastball and his breaking ball here really means that the hitters have to sit on either one if they want to get a hit. The next one. It's called strike 3 on the outside corner. That is another strikeout here for Alec Martinez, as Trey McBroom does not agree with the call, but home plate umpire says otherwise. And now there are 2 outs here in the 6th. Now I'll bring up the shortstop Carson Sauter as he lines one into center field for a base hit. Going for it was Hildy, but couldn't quite get to it. And that will now move Anthony Porras over to second base, and Suter standing on at first with his second single of the day. And now that'll bring up here the third baseman in Daniel Tatis. Tatis on the day has a couple of singles, a couple of runs, but also grounded into an inning-ending double play. Though, to be fair, not too much fault of his own. One of the most unique double plays we've seen. Now the next pitch on the way from Martinez. Ground ball up the middle. He fields it cleanly. Will take a gentle thrower to first in time to end the inning. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on. We now head to the top of the 7th. The final frame of action is Boulder 10, Colorado Springs 5. All right, now we are here in the top half of the 7th inning. 10-5 is the score in favor of Boulder. A new pitcher on the mound here for Colorado Springs is J.P. Clune, number 43. We'll get ready to toss here for the Cutthroats as the first pitch on the way. It's a called strike to Chase Hildy. The count goes to 0-1. So Reed Johansson's day is done, going 2 1/3, giving up 4 runs, only 3 earned as the next pitch is swung on and missed. Count now goes to 0-2. The score 10-5 here, final inning of action as the next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Third strikeout on the day for Chase Hildy. And that will be the first out here of the 7th. That's going to bring up Diego Castellanos. But right now, this has been a very interesting ball game. Taking a look at the scoreboard here, Boulder was down 4-0 going into the 4th inning, where they would finally put runs on the board, and they would put a big 6th spot and then score two runs the next 2 innings each. Now, right, next pitch on the way, misses high as the count goes to 1-0. The pitcher, J.P. Clune, here, not a whole lot of velocity here, but is definitely a little bit more of a control guy, but also a lot more of a junk baller. His next pitch is a ground ball right over to the first baseman, Spaghetti, and he's there and makes the play for the easy 3 unassisted. So 2 up and 2 down here for Boulder, as that's going to bring up first baseman in Derek Woolwine. So now Woolwine comes up here on the day so far. He is 1 for 3 with a single, a run scored, and reaching via hit by pitch. So now with 2 outs here, scores 10-5. Right now, next pitch on the way. Misses inside on the fastball as the count goes to 1-0. Oh, yeah, so 6 full innings from Garrett Garrison and Reed Johansson as the next pitch taken for a strike. 1-1 the count. And now for Derek Woolwine, the first baseman here, more than likely his last at-bat of this game. As next pitch, a high pop-up and a shallow left field. Going for it is a short, a diving effort. Oh my gosh, what a catch from the shortstop here. That's Carson Sauter. He went full Superman for that catch, and that is going to be on his forever highlight reel. We are now heading to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Last chance here for Colorado Springs as Boulder leads it 10-5. Final frame of action here, bottom half of the 7th inning. Boulder leading it 10-5. New pitcher on the bump here for Boulder is going to be CJ Pino here, who will come in relief of Alec Martinez, who pitched very well over the last 2 innings. Here, and he will now try to get the final 3 outs here to give Boulder the win. as he's going to face off here against Mason Sauter. First pitch misses high over the head of Sauter, and that has gone to 1-0. So now Ryan Pino's next pitch swung on and missed. The count goes to 1-1. So right now, Pino working very quickly. Next pitch is a strike called. Count goes to 1-2. We saw Pino in the last game here for Boulder as the next pitch misses low outside. Count goes to 2-2. In fact, he was the last pitcher for Boulder in that game, and he got through a couple of good batters here. So his arm is fresh, ready for today. His next pitch misses for ball 3, full count now 3-2. 10-5 is the score here in favor of Boulder. It's still only one's game here at the bottom of the 7th. Next pitch swung on and fouled into the glove of Williams, and that is a strikeout here for CJ Pino. And now there's one out, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, number 31, Isaac Mercedes. Mercedes on the day, 2 for 3 with a couple of singles, a run scored, and robbed of a single off of an incredible play by Chase Hildy. First pitch now on the way is not speed that finds the outside part of the zone as the count now goes to 0-1. And we've seen some amazing defensive efforts here today for both sides. The 0-1 on the way is called strike in the bottom part of the zone, 0-2 the count. We had CJ Hildy's play early in the game back in the 3rd inning, but also to end off the last inning, one of the most miraculous catches I have ever seen from a shortstop as next pitch is drilled into left field. That's going to go and be a fair ball for extra bases. Fielding it is Castellanos. A hard throw into second base. The tag applied, but no. Says that he is in time, says the base umpire in Bob Prokopek. But with that here, that is a 1-out double. That one was hit on the nose here, and that will bring up Colin Pighetti. Well, on the day here is 0 for 2. Got a sacrifice fly and an RBI back in the 5th inning. So now Pino taking a second here as he has to work with a runner on second base. But Mercedes has not been cheaped out at any of his stuff as the next pitch swung on and missed on the pitch in the dirt. Count goes to 0-1. Mercedes now finally getting rewarded with a hard hit ball on that as he now stands on at second. 0-1 the count. Next pitch from Pino is fouled off to the left side, and now quickly Pino is ahead 0-2. But right now, CJ Pino, after getting his first opportunity back in the last game, the second game of the doubleheaders, next pitch is lined foul. Just fouled by maybe a couple of feet or so down the left field line. So we'll try it again, 0-2. But for Pino, again, just trying to show he can go through a full inning. He only had to throw a couple pitches in his last go-through, so he was definitely available for today. More prescribed here as a 7th to 8th inning guy here, more of a setup reliever here, but right now is coming up here. Not a save situation. Next pitch on the way. Thought he got the call on the outside corner, but umpire says otherwise. Count goes 1-2. Pino thought he had it. Williams thought he had it, but umpire says otherwise. Now right, next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Another strikeout for CJ Pino as he gets him on a pitch that was low. And now the Cutthroats are down to their final out. And here comes Logan Wilson. Logan Wilson, a couple of singles from on the day also. Got the final out of the 5th inning. As CJ Pino now right. Next pitch on the way. High pop-up. This might do it if it stays in play as going for a Sobies check, and that one will fall foul. So the count will go to 0-1. So runner on his second base here. Isaac Mercedes, the designated hitter. CJ Pino trying to get the last out here for the Collegians. Score is 10-5 here, bottom half of the 7th inning. Reminder, after this game, we'll take about a 30-minute break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 of the doubleheader. The next pitch on the way, ground ball foul, as that one goes right towards the Cutthroats dugout. And now the Cutthroats are down to their final strike, 0-2. As Pino trying to shut the door here in the 7th. Gets ready, set, does the Craig Kimbrell arm drag. Now ready, the 0-2. Outside, and a great pick there by Williams to keep the runner on at second. The count now goes to 1-2. If you watch right now, he has a very similar release to that of Craig Kimbrell as well as having the arm hanging down. Next on the way is that one gets away from the catcher Williams, going now to third. Here is Mercedes, so he'll go advance on the wild pitch. And now the count runs even at 2-2 with 2 outs here in the 7th. Again, Boulder leading it a score of 10-5. So a long way to go here for the Cutthroats to come back and win this. His next pitch is in the dirt for ball 3. Full count now, 3-2. The second full count that Pino has gotten into. The first one was the first batter where he ended that off with a strikeout swinging. So now ready, looks in, gets the sign, he's ready, the payoff on the way. Ground ball, but that one goes foul right by the dugout there of the Cutthroats. Number of people who that ball could have been caught by saw that it ended in a 0. So now here we go. Once again, full count, nowhere left, put it on the scoreboard. Next pitch, ground ball foul, right back again towards the Cutthroats dugout. So we'll try it once more. I don't know what Logan Wilson has against his own team there, but he's really trying to keep them on high alert. Now hit 3 foul balls over that direction. So the wind's starting to pick up again here a little bit, blowing from left to right. So here we go. Pino has set his sign. The pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball 4. He lost him. As Logan Wilson will take the trot over to first base. And now there's runners at the corners here for the Cutthroats. And that'll bring up Chris Gracia. So Gracia wearing number 35 on his back here with runners at the corner. Score is 10-5. That's a quick pickoff over to first, but nothing doing as he gets back in. Doesn't even need to slide on it. Next pitch on the way. This one's lined, but Sobieschek is there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out, and that is your ball game as your Boulder Collegians win this one, a final score of 10-5 off of some great offensive play from the 4th inning on. They now have improved to a record of 4-1 on the young season, but don't go anywhere yet, folks. We have another game coming up in just a little bit here. Give us about 30 or so minutes, but we'll be back with game 2 of the doubleheader. Here you are listening and watching Boulder Collegians baseball here on YouTube. Stick with us. We'll be back in just a bit. All right, we are back here now with Boulder Collegians baseball game 2, the doubleheader. Game 1, if you missed it, well, you could go watch the replay on YouTube. But Boulder wins that one, a final score of 10-5, and now we've got game 2 live and ready to go here. So let me give you the lineups for both sides. First, for your visiting Boulder Collegians, leading off will be the shortstop in Hunter Hirayama, moving from the 9th spot to the number 1 hole. Followed after him will be the second baseman in Steven Lukasevich, followed by the designated hitter in Derek Woolwine. Isaac Sobieschak will be at first, followed by Luke Blackman at third. Christian Middleman is the center fielder, followed by Diego Castellanos out in right. Alec Martinez will be out in left field, and Mike Bernay will be batting ninth and doing the catching today. And on the bump for Boulder will be Nolan Archuleta here, getting his next bit of action here for the Collegians. And then for the Cutthroats here, their lineup is very similar to their last one, but a few keynote changes. Leading off will be the left fielder in Carson Sauter, followed by the third baseman in Daniel Tatis. Colin Pighetti. Colin Pighetti is the center fielder, batting third, followed up by Logan Wilson, the DH. Isaac Mercedes is the shortstop, followed by Dylan Scruggs over at first base. Chris Gracia is the second baseman, followed by JP Clune, the catcher. And rounding up the starting 9 is Trey McBroom, the right fielder. And pitching for the Cutthroats is number 80 in Cole Jones, 6'7". Starting pitcher here as we're getting ready to get things started here from Colorado Springs, as the first pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the fastball. And we're underway. I actually got to talk to Cole for a little bit in between the games. Here, talked a little bit about his pitch mix and all of that. As now ready, the 0-1 pitch on the way is a ground ball right to the shortstop in Mercedes. He's got throws over to first in time for the out. That's an easy 6-3 put out here, and that'll bring up Steven Lukasevich. But the pitch mix for Cole Jones says he's got a fastball, a slider, and a changeup, though a lot of times he kind of mixes his slider with a curveball kind of feel to it. So right now, you can really not. It's like he's got a number of different pitches that he can work with to make it all go good. As now, right, the next pitch on the way to Lukasevich, swung on and missed it. A pitch in the dirt as the count goes to 0-1. Defensively for the Cutthroats, from left to right, you've got Sauter, Pighetti, and McBroom. On the infield, you've got Tatis, Mercedes, Gracie, and Scruggs, with Clune doing the catching. As the next pitch misses low and outside, as the count now goes to 1-1. So now, again, a much nicer weather day than it was during the first game. As now, right, the next pitch on the way, ground ball foul behind home plate. Brings the count now to 1-2. But as you guys know from watching the first bit of this, the first game was wrought with bad weather, a lot of wind, a little bit of hail even. And we had a couple delays, including a thunder delay. As the next pitch on the way hits the outside corner for strike 3, looking as Lukasevich does not agree with the call, but he will go down looking, and that'll bring in the designated hitter in Derek Woolwine. Is the DH for this game. Here was first base in the first game. For Woolwine in that game, he was 1 for 4 with a single, a run scored, as well as a hit by pitch. So now, right, the next pitch on the way, ground ball right back up the middle, going for his Mercedes. He has it, steps and throws, and it's in time. A 1-2-3 inning for Cole Jones as we head now to the bottom of the first. It is Boulder nothing, and Colorado Springs coming up. Bottom half of the first inning here for Boulder, as now Nolan Archuleta is on the bump here for the Collegians. As we get ready here defensively for Boulder, around left, right, you've got Martinez, Middleman, and Castellanos. Around the infield, Blackman, Hirayama, Lukasevich, and Sobieszczyk, with Brunetti doing the catching. As Carson Sauter gets ready to lead things off here, he is the left fielder for the Cutthroats, as the first pitch from Nolan Archuleta is lined right to the shortstop. Has to field on a Hirayama. That was the first in time. A strong throw from Hunter Hirayama, and good range on trying to field that hard hit ball. So one pitch and one out here for Nolan Archuleta. Nolan Archuleta, wearing number 21, now faces off here against Daniel Tatis. Here, their lineup from up and down goes from Carson Sauter, Daniel Tatis, Colin Paghetti, Logan Wilson, Isaac Mercedes. As the next pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball one. Count goes to 1-0. Dylan Scruggs, followed by Chris Gracia, JP Clune, and Trey McBroom. So then Nolan Archuleta on the bump, a second time appearing on the season for the Collegians. The next pitch on the way is a ground ball. Will stay fair. It does not, as it's fielded in the right-handed batter's box by the catcher Mike Brunetti. That brings the count to 1-1. I want to say hello to everyone tuning in here today on YouTube, here for Boulder Collegians baseball, as Boulder takes on the Colorado Springs Cutthroats. As now ready, the 1-1 on the way is a high drive into deep right center field, but right there is Castellanos. He's there. He makes the catch for the second out of the inning, and now bring up the center fielder in Colin Paghetti. So one thing kind of interesting that I've noticed here as well, a lot of times here you'll see a lot of guys mismatch positions here for, especially in these kinds of games, you'll see guys play a lot of diversity. Very rarely, though, you see a guy play first base in one game and then center field the next one. As the next pitch on the way, line down the right field line, hooking foul. Count goes to 0-1. That's exactly what Paghetti did. He was the first baseman in the last game. And in this game, he is going to be patrolling the big area center field. Now we'll see lefty v righty in advantage to Paghetti, as the next pitch is driven deep to left, but right there is Martinez, as Alec Martinez is there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out. So 1-2-3, go to the Cutthroats as we head to the top half of the second. Still no score here from Colorado Springs. Top half of the second inning. Both teams go 1-2-3 in the first, as now we are ready to go here in the second. Leading off here for Boulder is the first baseman, Isaac Sobieszczyk. Now Isaac is ready to face off against Cole. The next pitch, Cole Jones, a high drive in a deep left field. Going back is Sauter. He's trying to find it. He doesn't know he can find it. That's going to be dropped on the ground. Looks like he had it in the glove for a second. Heading now to third is going to be Sobieszczyk. The throw to third is not in time. A triple, leadoff triple there for Isaac Sobieszczyk. And that is a beautiful way to get things started here in the second. And it looks like out there in left field, Carson Sauter there could not quite find it as he was playing a little bit. It was running back, couldn't find it, and eventually got the glove on it, but not enough. As now that's going to bring up the next setter as the first pitch on the way. It's fouled off to the right side. To the right side here on Luke Blackman as the count goes to 0-1. And one thing kind of interesting to note here is that this is one of the deepest ballparks that, in fact, I think so far this season, the deepest one they've actually played on is the next pitch is fouled off. Count goes to 0-1. 370 out to left and to right. That is close to major league. That's further than a lot of major league ones now. As now we're getting ready. The next pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball one. Count goes to 1-2. 415 to dead center field. I think that's very similar, if not exactly what it is over at Coors Field for the Colorado Rockies. 1-2 the count. Next pitch on the way. Take it low and outside as the count now runs even at 2-2. Isaac Sobieschek, the man on at third with a leadoff triple, and Luke Blackman up at the dish. He's the third baseman in this game. Next pitch on the way. Ground ball. Take off the pitch. Sobieschek. He's going to get home safely as the ball's fielded by Mercedes and throws over to first in time for the out. But that is a ground out RBI for Luke Blackman as that turns into a 6-3 put up, and Sobieschek scores on the play. It is now 1-0 in favor of your Collegians. So now that's going to bring up the next hitter here in Christian Middleman as the first pitch misses for ball one. Count goes to 1-0. A first inning score here for Boulder. Second inning score for Boulder. As the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the off speed. As the count now goes to 1-1. His main repertoire says has a fastball, a slider, and a changeup. That one looked more like the slider. As the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the outer half as the count now goes 1-2. But right now, Boulder with an early lead here in the top half of the second inning. 1-0 the score. Next pitch on the way. A ground ball into right field for a base hit right in between Gracie and Scruggs as that will put another base runner on here for the Collegians here in the second. Now bring up Diego Castellanos. So now one man on here for Boulder as Castellanos comes up here in the last game. Diego was out in left field. Here on the game, did get a couple of base hits as well as an RBI. The next pitch on the way finds the inside half of the zone as the count goes to 0-1. Right now, Boulder has been playing very aggressively as of late, and they found that's been working out better for their strategy, especially with how fast they are. Trying to keep the game in their own momentum as the next pitch on the way is taken high for ball one. 1-1 the count. Looked like on that one they were worrying about Middleman trying to take second base, and for good reason. He's already gotten a few stolen bases on the year, and at center field, good speed. We've seen what he can do. Has a bit of a lean. Now he takes off. Next pitch on the way is fouled off to the left side. Another hit and run, and so Middleman will have to retreat back to first as the count goes to 1-2. But yeah, you could definitely see while watching Middleman over there at first, he had that lean. He was ready to go. Top half of the second inning, 1-0 the score. Now next pitch on the way, Middleman takes off again. This one another hit and run, hitting the left center field. This one's dropping, and that one will find its way to the left fielder, Suter. It's like Soldier, and now throwing to first in time for the double play, and that will end the inning. Call that one of the most interesting double plays as well, you'll see, as we now head to the bottom half of the second, or score 1-0 in favor of Boulder. Bottom half of the second inning. Now, as Boulder has a 1-0 lead here against Colorado Springs, but leading off for the Cutthroats will be the designated hitter in Logan Wilson. Nolan Archuleta getting ready for a second inning of work set. The Cutthroats down easy 1-2-3 back in the first. So now we'll see the first match between these two as the next pitch swung on and missed on a good low pitch as the count goes to 0-1. Logan Wilson had a good day at the plate back in the first game. Here as the next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed on the low off speed. Count goes quickly 0-2. For Logan Wilson, had a couple of base hits and a couple RBIs to his name as well as drawing a walk. The next pitch on the way is fouled off and just got a piece of it. Keeps the count now to 0-2. So right now, 1-0 the score here. Bottom half of the second inning here at Doherty High School. Right now, the next pitch on the way is taken for strike three. Another strikeout for Nolan Archuleta. Actually, not another. It's his first strikeout. On it gets the strikeout looking on 4 pitches, all of them strikes. Number one, that was a foul ball. As now they'll bring up the shortstop and Isaac Mercedes. Mercedes was the designated hitter in the last game as Carson Sauter was the shortstop. Now he's at short. The next pitch on the way is lined right back up the middle for a base hit as fielding it is Lucas Savage. Gets a glove on it before he gets out into center field, but it's still going to be a 1-out single there. First pitch, he found exactly what he wanted, and now the Cutthroats have a runner on at first with 1 out, and that'll bring up Dylan Scruggs. The first time we're seeing him wearing number 81 on his back, a wide receiver number. Don't see a whole lot of numbers in the 80s in baseball too often these days, and I respect it. I respect the higher numbers. As now Archuleta, quick look over at first. They are now ready. Here takes his time and is set for the next pitch. Fouls it off as the count goes to 0-1. Though I don't know if I can really say that too much more nowadays, as one of the best players in all of Major League Baseball right now wears 99. That's Aaron Judge. So don't know if I can really say too much about the higher numbers not being represented. 0-1 the count. Now the next one pick off, and there's a Gotham lead-in, and he just got back in time. As on that one, Mercedes is counting his lucky stars on that one as the base umpire and Bob Catchell was right there on the call, but it was a mighty, mighty close one. So now Dylan Scruggs is working with an 0-1 count here. Isaac Mercedes here, very athletic. Look at shortstop, takes another step on his lead. Now right, next pitch on the way. Takes first strike on the fastball. Dylan Scruggs quickly behind, 0-2. 1-0 the score in favor of Boulder. That's another long look there from Archuleta. Is set. Now right, another pickoff over to first and not in time as on the play, Mercedes able to get back safely. So Archuleta, quick look around, has the arm drag there as well. We saw that earlier from CJ Pino as well. Next pitch on the way. Ground ball, but goes foul by maybe a foot at most. So we'll try it again here at 0-2 as Nolan Archuleta is just attacking these hitters, attacking the strike zone, getting as much as he can, not wanting to waste too many pitches, trying to be as efficient as he can. It's making them work for their bases. As Archuleta set. Now right, next pitch on the way, taking off on the pitch. It's a hit and run. It's in the air. Going for it now is the right field. That's Castellanos. He's going to make the catch. The throw back over to first, and it is in time for the out. Call that one a F9-3, a double play, as we've now seen 2 outfield assist double plays as we'll head to the third inning. Our score 1-0 in favor of Boulder. Top half of the third inning now. 1-0 the score in favor of the Collegians. As we have had some very interesting base, a lot of great defensive work, I'll say, over this game here. Also, I should note how both halves of the inning ended with a fly-out assist double play. But now we have Alec Martinez lead things off here for the Collegians as the first pitch from Cole Jones is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. 1-0 the score here, top half of the third as Boulder leads it. Second game of the doubleheader. Next pitch on the way is a little looper into shallow left center field. Going for it is the left fielder. It carries, and Sauter is there to make the play for the first out here of the inning. So right now here, just one above the minimum so far for Cole Jones, as that'll bring up the catcher, Mike Brunetti. So Brunetti here is the catcher in this game here. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. The Collegians usually have two catchers they swap out between both games. Mike Brunetti, and we saw in the last game it was Brett Williams, as the next pitch is inside. Thought about going for it, but goes otherwise, and the count goes to 2-0. Although we've also seen Lukasevich put on the gear. We saw that during the second game of the doubleheader back on Tuesday. That's the next pitch on Wednesday, as the next pitch is a ground ball. Right over there is the third baseman. That is Tatis. He throws to first in time for the easy 5-3 putout. And now that'll bring back to the top of the order here in Hunter Hirayama. Hirayama, again on the game now, is 0-for-1, a ground out to his compatriot at shortstop here in Isaac Mercedes. But Hirayama, I was talking with him during the break of the games here as we're now ready. The next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. We saw on the broadcast a lot, and he knows just as well. He's been hitting the ball hard. He's been getting the barrel on the ball. Just it hasn't been falling for hits. His next pitch on the way, a ground ball. Again to his compatriot at shortstop here. That's Mercedes. Throws over to first. In time, that's a 1-2-3 inning. So the story will wait for now as the Collegians go down in order. We head to the bottom of the third. Our score 1-0. Bottom half of the inning now as we have a 1-0 ball game here in Colorado Springs. Here leading off here for the Cutthroats with Chris Gracia facing off against Nolan Archuleta. As the next pitch on the way, ground ball right over there to the second baseman Lukasevich, who throws over to first base. So BS check in time. So one pitch and one out here for Chris Gracia. And that'll bring up the catcher in J.P. Kloon. Kloon was a pitcher in the last game, going 1 inning here, but a 1-2-3 inning at that. It also got 1 strikeout, no walks. But now we got to see him with the bat in his hands. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. We were just talking about Nolan Archuleta and how dominant he's been, especially when he just works on just attacking the zone. The 0-1 on the way, swung on and missed, quickly now behind 0-2. And that's exactly what you're going to see from him. That's something a lot of coaches like to see is these pitchers really attacking the hitters, pounding the zone. and just finding exactly what you need to get hitters out. As the next pitch, a ground ball right over to the third baseman. That's Blackman. Throws across the diamond to first in time for the out. So that's a 5-3 putout. And right now, Nolan Archuleta has faced the minimum through 2 2/3. So that'll bring up Trey McBroom to the dish. Trey McBroom was the second baseman in the last game. Went over 3 with a couple of strikeouts, one looking, one swinging, and a pop out to the second baseman. Let's go try and reverse his fortunes here against Nolan Archuleta. Doesn't like a sign, gets a new one. Next pitch on the way, shows down, but lays it down. Fields is just in front of home plate. Bernetti has a little trouble with it, throws to first, and the play is in between and made on a bobble. Bobbles are just barely able to keep it with him as the baseball player in Bob Kuchel, is able to sit. He makes the play just in time, and that is a very unbalanced 2-3 put out to end the inning. So 1-2-3 go the Cutthroats as we head to the fourth, score of 1-0. Top out of the fourth inning as Boulder leads it 1-0. Cole Jones on the bump still here for Colorado Springs as the first pitch, a slow breaking ball, is called for a strike on Steven Lukasevich. This count goes to 0-1. 1-0 the score here, top half of the fourth inning. Next pitch on the way to Lukasevich is line down the right field line. Could be extra bases if it stays fair, and it hooks foul. So brings that to now an 0-2 count here on Lukasevich. I'd like to take a moment here to thank some of our sponsors here for this. In Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, Alpine Bank, Mike Maroney's Buick GMC, and WK Real Estate. So now 0-2 the count here on Steven Lukasevich. The next pitch on the way from Young misses outside as the count goes to 1-2. Lukasevich, I think this is the first time this season we're seeing him over at second base. Normally we see him at third. As next pitch, a ground ball. Is it in foul territory? It will be foul. Whereas the catcher on that one, Clune, was trying to see whether I was going to stay fair or foul. And now I didn't have much of anything else for it. It was going to stay a foul ball. Right now for Lukasevich on the game so far, 0-1, struck out looking back in the first inning, but you go back into the last game for Lukasevich here. Actually, he was not in the game. My apologies. So now, next pitch on the way, a curveball misses high. Actually, that might have been the slider on this, as the count now goes to 2-2. When I was talking with him, is that his slider and curveball kind of get lumped together as kind of the same pitch. Next one on the way. Ground ball up the middle, but a diving effort there for the second baseman, and Gracia, and he's not able to get it. That will be a leadoff base hit for Steven Lukasevich. And now he stands on first base here with nobody out in the fourth. That'll bring up here the designated hitter in Derek Woolwine. Woolwine, the first baseman in game one, the designated hitter in this game. As now a quick look over to first for Young. The next pitch on the way. A fastball misses outside as the count goes to 1-0. So now again, Young, a quick look over first. Does another one. The next pitch on the way. A high pop-up. This one might stay in fair territory as this one finds its way into the stands. Thankfully, everyone's all right. And that'll bring the count to 1-1. Infield playing at double play depth here, trying to get the turnaround here with Lukasevich on at first. Wouldn't be surprised if the Collegians try to put this game in motion a little bit here. It's been one of their MOs on the season. Next pitch line, down the right field line, but just goes foul. He hit that one about as hard as you could hit a baseball, but got a little early on it. Only missed by about 2 feet or so. So we'll try it again. Now here, the count is 1-2. Nicole Jones here standing 6'7". Here, really able to get a lot of velocity off of the bigger frame of his. The 1-2 on the way. Lined right over the head of the second baseman in Gracia, and that's going to be another single here, fielded quickly by Pighetti. Here, that will be another single. 2 singles in a row here for the Collegians as Lukasevich goes off to second base. And now Boulder has a couple of runners on base with nobody out. That will bring up Isaac Sobieschek. Got a triple back to lead off the second inning. Would be the game's only run so far, I should say. But now comes with nobody out and runners on base. And now take off for second on the play. An off-speed pitch, but no throw down as Steven Lukasevich takes third base. And now runners at the corners here for the Collegians. Count goes to 1-0. Oh, the pitch was a little high. Runners at the corners. Jones, next pitch on the way. Lined into center field. This will probably be a sacrifice fly. We'll see as a center fielder. Pighetti makes the catch. Throw goes home, and there will be no play at the plate as that will be an SF8 sacrifice fly to the center fielder for Sobieschek. And now the Boulder Collegians lead this game by a score of 2-0, excuse me. So now that will bring up here Luke Blackman, the third baseman, with a runner on at third base. Actually, at first base as the next pitch misses low and outside. Count goes to 1-0. Right now, Luke Blackman, the designated hitter in the last game, had a couple RBIs to his name. Part of a 10-5 win as the next pitch gets him on the wrist. And right now, the catcher, J.P. Clune, is trying to plead his case to the home plate umpire, saying, hey, he didn't move at all. He's got to try to get out of the way of the ball. And home plate umpire says he made enough of an effort. So that is a hit by pitch for Luke Blackman as Derek Woolwine moves over to second base. And now that'll bring back up the center fielder, Christian Middleman. With only one out here, runners on at first and second. Next pitch on the way, a high pop-up into right center field. Going for it and calling for it is the center fielder and Middleman. As tagging for second, heading to third. No, is Woolwine, and now the ball gets away from him. Woolwine heading for home. The throw to the plate is not in time. And they're going to appeal a play at first, saying that he missed the base, and no appeal made. So the appeal says that he is safe. So that will be a run in for the Collegians. Woolwine will score on the single from Christian Middleman, but he then makes it all the way here to third on the play off of the throws. So that will be an RBI for Middleman and brings up Diego Castellanos. First pitch on the way, swung on and missed as the count goes to 0-1. Now Boulder leading it 3-0. Here in the fourth, as the next pitch is fouled off. Count now 0-2. But still not out of the woods yet here for the Cutthroats, as Boulder has a runner on at third with good speed. Right now, next pitch fouled off. Just gets a piece off the end of the bat is Diego Castellanos, so we'll try it again. Now at 0-2. Score is 4-0 in favor, 3-0 in favor of your Collegians. As next pitch swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. But the Collegians get another few runs, as the score is 4-0. Boulder leads it by a score right now of 4-0 as we head to the bottom half of the fourth inning. Here, Nolan Archuleta back on the bump. The first pitch on the way is fouled off to the leadoff man and Carson Sauter as the count goes to 0-1. But right now, a lot of offense here for Boulder. They've gotten some good clutch base hits, especially in that last inning. It was single, sacrifice fly, hit by pitch, single for the final strikeout there to Castellanos to end the inning. As the next pitch on the way is inside, as the count now goes to 1-1. 4-0 the score in favor of your Collegians. As now Archuleta, the righties, next pitch on the way. A ground ball, but foul right over towards the Cutthroats bullpen. In fact, actually, it looks like it went over the head of the on-deck hitter in Daniel Tatis. So we'll do it again here now at 1-2. As Archuleta has been absolutely dominant so far through 3, has faced the minimum. Next pitch on the way is low for ball 2, 2-2. Now the count. Just because he's faced the minimum does not mean it's a no-hitter or a perfect game. Did give up a single to Isaac Mercedes. His next pitch is in the dirt for ball 3, 3-2 full count now. We faced the minimum because they got the fly ball out to Castellanos and righty threw back to first to get Mercedes out. So kept it there. So now payoff pitch on the way is called for strike 3 on the outside corner. And Sauter doesn't like it, but he will make the trip right back to the dugout, and that'll now bring up Daniel Tatis. So right now, Nolan Archuleta has been strong now through 3 1/3. 1 strikeout, though. He's let his defense do most of the work for him. He had that strikeout against Logan Wilson as the first, actually 2 strikeouts, as the first pitch misses for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. Both of his strikeouts looking. Something kind of interesting you don't see too often. Most of the time, his strikeout swinging. Not in this case. The next pitch on the way. Ground ball right over to Hirayama. He's got it, throws over to first, and that is Sobieschek for the easy ground out. Call that one a 6-3. And now that'll bring out Colin Paggetti up to the dish. The minimum for Nolan Archuleta through 3 2/3. As he looks in, face off against the lefty in Spaghetti. The next pitch now on the way from Archuleta is driven into deep right center field. This one might be a base hit. We'll see the center fielder. Milliman goes for it. The dive can't quite get it. That's going to be extra bases. A fielded play. Castellanos throws into second. Not in time. A double for Colin Spaghetti here with 2 outs in the 4th inning. Keeps the inning alive here for the Cutthroats. And that ball was hit a ton to right center field. But give Middleman a ton of credit on that one. He was going full force for it and slid a good couple of feet before finally coming to the stop. Wasn't able to get the ball, but a good effort nonetheless. So now that's going to bring up Logan Wilson, was the first strikeout victim of Nolan Archuleta back in the 2nd inning. So now, once again, Archuleta has to face off against Wilson, as it looks like here Brunetti is going to take a moment to go talk to his pitcher. We'll take a moment to thank some of our sponsors here. Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, Alpine Bank, Mike Maroney's Buick and GMC, and WK Real Estate. 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Here, next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Runner on second base with the big double there was Colin Spaghetti. Now look over second base for Archuleta. Long look, now kicks and fires. A bit of a defensive swing taken there by Archuleta. Easy throw over to first, and that will end the inning. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on. We head to the 5th. Boulder leads it 4-0. Top half of the 5th inning here now as Boulder leads it 4-0. The new pitcher on the bump as the next pitch is a liner right back to the first baseman. Alec Martinez gets it to Scruggs for the first out, and that is the first out for Ben Coleman, who comes up to hit. And couldn't quite see what the cheer was. Oh, he broke the bat over. His thing was broken. That's the second time this season he's already broken a bat and then broken over his shoulder. Oh, over his knee. Now, next pitch on the way. Here is a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Okay, I'm being informed on this one that what happened is that it took it 2 times to break it over the knee as the next pitch misses inside as the count goes at 2-2. So the teammates were cheering him as he was trying to finish off the job that the swing had already started. But now new pitcher on the mound, Ben Coleman, finish off the day for Cole Jones. As the next pitch on the way, a ground ball down the third base line goes foul. Count goes at 2-1. A good day for Jones. 4 innings, giving up 5 hits, 4 runs all earned, no walks, but 2 strikeouts. He may or may not be joining us here in the booth, but we'll see. Now, but anyway, 2-1 to count here on the catcher, Mike Brunetti. With 1 out here in the 5th. Next pitch on the way. Inside, and that gets him. So he wears that one on the hip. He'll take the hard way over to first base, and that is the first base runner of the inning here for the Collegians, and that'll bring him Hunter Hirayama back up to the plate. Hirayama on the game is over 2, couple of groundouts to his fellow shortstop there in Isaac Mercedes. Here did have a big triple in the last game. As the first pitch on the way is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. And I was saying last time that I talked with him in between games, and he was just so excited to get that hit because he's been putting the barrel on the ball. It's just been going right at the fielders. It felt really good for him to be able to finally put a ball right where fielders were and be able to showcase that speed of his. As the next pitch is a strike, count goes to 0-2. And the look on his face was that of like pure relief when I was talking to him. As the next pitch on the way, just misses the outside corner. The count goes to 1-2. You got to give the kid credit. He's got a lot of heart. He just keeps on working. Knows that what he's doing is right, and we'll keep it going from there as we pick off over to first. Brunetti gets back in safely. Another thing a lot of college coaches like are players that can hold themselves up and hold themselves strong even when things aren't going great. Now ready, the 1-2. Ground ball over to the third baseman here. That is Tatis. He throws the first in time for the out, but on the play as well, Mike Brunetti will get over 2 seconds. We'll call that one a 5-3 in the book. Here, as that'll now bring up Steven Lukasevich. The ground ball was just shy enough that it basically meant there was not really much of a chance to try and get Brunetti, who was speeding down to second. But so they at least took the easy out that way, and now Boulder has 2 outs and a runner on scoring position here for Steven Lukasevich. 2 outs in the top half of the 5th inning. Boulder leading it 4-0. As right now Coleman is set and ready to look over to second to kick the fire. A ground ball in play right over to the first baseman, who will toss it over to Coleman, who takes over the bag for the third and final out. So no runs on, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on. Heading to the bottom of the 5th. Boulder leads at 4-0. Bottom half of the 5th inning here as Boulder leads it by a score of 4-0. Nolan Archuleta getting ready for his 5th inning of work. He has been dominant today as the first pitch on the way. Take it for a strike. What else would you expect here to Isaac Mercedes? The count goes to 0-1. He has been fighting with all of these at-bats here, and every time the next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. A mighty swing there from Isaac Mercedes. Count goes to 0-2. Mercedes has been a dangerous hitter over the course of the 2 games so far, has racked up 4 hits. The next pitch on the way, ground ball over towards the third baseman Blackman. He's got throws over to first in time for the out. A rare out on Isaac Mercedes, and that will lead off the 5th inning here. So right now that'll bring up Dylan Scruggs, the first baseman, who was part of the double play back the end of the 2nd inning. He hit a fly out over to Castellanos over in right field, who was able to get back Mercedes on at first. Here we go. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed as the count goes to 0-1. As well with Archuleta, one of the big things that we're seeing from him is that he's doing a great job of mixing up his speeds a little bit. His next pitch gets that high outside corner as now he's quickly very ahead 0-2. We've seen the fastball. We've seen the changeup. Both of those have really done a good job, as well as his breaking ball. Next on the way. Ground ball over to Hunter Hirayama. Fields off of a dirty hop. Throws over to first in time for the out. A good play there by Hirayama. Was able to smother it with his body to keep it in front of him. And now there are 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. And that's going to bring up Chris Gracia. Gracia on the game is 0-for-1 with a ground out over to Lukasevich at second base. As Archuleta now right, next pitch on the way. Take it for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Archuleta in the last several innings has only given up a couple of hits in this game as the next pitch misses for ball 1. That's the first ball he's thrown this inning. He has been working quickly, setting the pace to his own tune. Now Ray, the next pitch on the way, is in the dirt. Great pick there by Brunetti as the count now goes to 2-1. They say that hitting his timing and pitching is all about disrupting that timing. Well, it looks like Nolan Archuleta is setting both of them right now. So he's ready now. The 2-1 on the way. Ground ball right over to second base of Lukasevich. Bobbles it. Doesn't quite get a hold of it. And that's going to be an E4 as Gracia gets onto first. That one had a lot of topspin on it. And so from that, Gracia will stand on at first with the E4. And that's now going to bring up the catcher in J.P. Clune. So Archuleta did everything he could on that one, but not able to get the 1-2-3. Well, technically it's still possible depending on what happens here. But now he faces off against Clune, who's 0-for-1. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed as the count goes to 0-1. And it looks like the Cutthroats are starting to get the scouting report here on Archuleta. Likes to attack early, throws a lot of early strikes. So if you get one in the zone, try and drive it. But he's just been blown up by him anyway. The 0-1 on the way. Misses high and inside. Count now goes to 1-1. JP Clune is the catcher here, so probably knows more about home plate umpire Prokopek's strike zone than anyone else on the field. His next pitch on the way is a strike taken as the count goes to 1-2. As right now, Clune 1 strike away from end of this inning. Or say Archuleta 1 strike away from end of the inning. 4-0 the score, bottom of the 5th. Big lead over at first, kind of dancing around as time now asked from Clune, granted by Prokopek, the home plate umpire, just to take a moment to catch his breath, breathe, get his own timing up. Choked up on the bat just a little bit here. Archuleta ready. The next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. Gracia was taking off on the pitch, but nothing doing as now we head to the top half of the 6th inning. Score still 4-0 in favor of Boulder. Top half of the sixth inning here. Boulder leading it a score of 4-0 as the designated hitter in a Derek Woolwine gets ready to lead things off here against Ben Coleman. Coleman now set, ready. The first pitch on the way to Woolwine. It's taken first strike as the count goes to 0-1. Woolwine with a single and run scored back in the fourth inning. And now he steps in, lefty v righty, advantage to Woolwine, the lefty. Coleman kicks and fires. It's low in the dirt for ball one. 1-1 now the count. Ben Coleman came in. This is now his second inning of work. He's yet to give up a hit yet. Got a pop out and a couple of ground outs as well as hit one batter. That was Brunetti. The next pitch fouled off right behind home plate. And that brings the count out of 1-2. And for a pitch that was fouled off, that ball fell. It was hit pretty hard right backward. Just backwards, wrong way. So now, again, we'll do it here with 1-2. Nobody out here in the sixth. The next pitch on the way is fouled off, and we'll try it again. It spoils that off-speed pitch. 4-0 the score in favor of the Collegians. Right now, again, the story of this game has been Nolan Archuleta. The next pitch on the way misses outside. Count goes to 2-2. Through 5 innings, has only given up 2 hits and left 2 runners on base. Here, he has been absolutely stellar today. We'll see if he comes back out for the 6th inning. Has a 2-2 pitch now on the way. A breaking ball misses high to bring the count full 3-2. So Woolwine, after being down 1-2, has now worked his way to a full count. As Ben Coleman looks in, gets the sign, he's ready. The next pitch on the way. Misses high for ball 4. Leadoff walk here for Derek Woolwine. So he'll start things off here on first base. That's his second walk on the day, first of the game. As now that'll bring up the first baseman in Isaac Sobieschek. So Sobieschek on the game has an RBI, a run scored, and a triple. That would be part of the first run of this game back in the second. All right, next pitch on the way. Misses in the dirt for ball 1 as the count goes to 1-0. With Sobieschek proving you can score runs and be productive in multiple ways. First was his speed and hitting ability by getting the triple in the second inning. Next pitch on the way is fouled off. So that brings the count out to 1-1. The other way, though, is through just being productive with the sacrifice fly that he hit back in the fourth, driving in another run, his first RBI of the game. As now he calls time and does not just readjust something and then gets back in ready to go. Look over at first base for Coleman. Next pitch on the way. Ground ball and try for a backhand there by Tatis. Can't get it, but does keep it from going into the outfield. That'll be an infield single there for Isaac Sobieschek, as Derek Woolwine will make his way over to second on the play. And now that'll bring up third baseman and Luke Blackman to the dish. One thing that's been also interesting to note from this game is that both teams currently at this moment have the same amount of people left on base. It's just been a matter of being able to bring them in. So now ready, here we go. The next pitch on the way, swung on and misses. That one gets away just a little bit from the catcher. Klum, but is able to keep it at least kind of in front of him. He's gone out to 0-1, so no advancement from Woolwine or Sobieschek. Well, runners on at first and second here. A big chance here for Blackman. Already has an RBI in this game. The next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the outer half. The count goes to 0-2. Blackman got on via the hit by pitch in the fourth and would end up scoring a run, as well as getting an RBI in the second inning. A ground out over to Isaac Mercedes that also scored Isaac Sobieschek, who's now on at first. A look over to second base for Coleman. The next pitch on the way is inside, and that gets him, as right now Clune is showing his audible anger at this point, saying that these guys are not moving at all, and yet they're getting the hit by pitch call. But now that will bring the bases loaded here for Christian Middleman. So Middleman comes up with the bases loaded, nobody out, a chance to really open this game wide open here for Boulder as the first pitch swung on and missed. The count goes to 0-1. And he's had a good game at the plate here, 2 for 2, a couple singles and an RBI. He's not yet to score a run though. The bases are full of Collegians as the 0-1 on the way. Driven down the right field line, but Hooks fouled a an amazing catch there by the bullpen guy. Couldn't see who that was. That looks to be 27 here for Boulder. As that would be Lukasevich who made that catch in foul territory. His next pitch is fouled off and keeps counting out 0-2. So, hey, give credit to Steven Lukasevich out in the bullpen making a good line drive catch. But the score right now, 4-0 in favor of Boulder. 0-2 the count, no outs here in the 6th. As now Coleman ready, the next pitch on the way. Called for strike 3 on the breaking ball, completely freezing Middleman, and that is a big burst out here for the Cutthroats. That was Hildy?
Yep.
Okay, so that was Hildy that was hitting on that one. I just saw the 3. I thought that was 13. My apologies. As now that'll bring out Diego Castellanos as the next pitch gets away from the catcher coming in from third. Now is Woolwine, and he will score. All of the runners will advance a bag as well. So that is technically an RBI for Diego Castellanos there. And now Boulder leads a score of 5-0. So right now with that here again, it's Diego Castellanos, the man at the dish. Next pitch on the way, an off speed that misses high and outside for a ball. As the count, goes to 2-0. Next pitch on the way misses, and this is the pitcher Ben Coleman had a little trouble as the wind is really starting to pick up here in Colorado Springs. Count now goes to 3-0 here on Castellanos. Right now, next pitch on the way. Inside, and that's going to be a ball, but going for it now from third to home is Sobieschek, and he will score. So, technically 2 RBIs for Diego Castellanos on a walk. As now he will make the trot over to first base, and now it is 6-0 in favor of Boulder. And now that will bring up here Alec Martinez. Next pitch on the way, taking off on it is the runner on first, Diego Castellanos, and he will get there for free. That's a stolen base here as Luke Blackman was on at third after the wild pitch. And now Alec Martinez up to bat. He's 0 for 2 on the game. 1-0 the count. Blackman right, next pitch on the way. Misses high as the count goes to 2-0. But Boulder now with a solid lead, 6-0 here in the 6th. Only 1 out. And that was a strikeout to Hildy. That's the next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike on the off-speed. Count goes to 2-1. We'll get that change for you in just a little bit. But right now here, it's Alec Martinez. The next pitch on the way. Misses high and outside. As the count goes to 3-1. 6-0 the score here in favor of Boulder. Now Coleman is set. He's ready to go. The wind picking up. Next pitch on the way is called ball 4. As that will be another walk here given up by Colorado Springs. As the bases now again are loaded here for catcher Mike Brunetti. Over at third base, Luke Blackman. Diego Castellanos on at second. And now Alec Martinez on at first. But now again, it's Brunetti. First pitch misses way outside as the count now goes to 1-0. Brunetti on the day is 0 for, on the game, I should say, is 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch and a ground out. Next pitch on the way from Coleman. Swung on and missed on the outside corner as the count now goes to 1-1. As the wind really getting strong. Here you can see now the tents around here are really blustery. As next pitch, a high drive into right field over there, as that's going to be McBroom who makes the play, but tagging from third and heading home is Luke Blackman, and he will score on the sacrifice fly. And then tagging up also to third base is Diego Castellanos. So now another run in for Boulder, as that will be a sacrifice fly to the right fielder McBroom. And now Boulder leads it 7-0. And I'll bring Hunter Hirayama. First pitch on the way. That's a line drive into left for another base hit. Scoring from third on the play is Diego Castellanos. That is a big single, hard hit single for Hunter Hirayama as he gets an RBI here. And that now makes it 8-0. Alec Martinez now on at third base here as Hunter Hirayama is now on at first. So now that will bring out the number 2 hitter, but Knights come to the dish in Steven Lukasevich. His first pitch called a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Runner on at third is Alec Martinez. On at first, Hunter Hirayama, his second hit of the day. First of the game. I say now he takes off for second base. The throw down to second is not in time. A stolen base there for Hunter Hirayama. So showing off that speed. Really showed it with the triple he had back in the first game. But now in this one, here gets it through this stolen base. So runners on a second, third with 2 outs. Right now, next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the outside corner. The count goes to 1-1. Steven Lukasevich on the day, 1 for 3 with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored. That's Ben Coleman. Now, right, next pitch on the way. It's fouled off to the left side. Looks like I may have also gotten a piece of him. So we'll try again now here with a count of 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 men on. 2s are wild. Here now as Ben Coleman gets the sign. He's ready. Delivers the 2-2 pitch. Is in the dirt and good block there by Clune. As the count runs full now 3-2. Runners won't be advancing on the pitch. Again, as there's nobody on at first base. So there's no force. So right now with the wind really started picking up, you can kind of see it again on the pitcher's jersey. His next pitch on the way misses for ball 4, and that is a walk. So a walk, the first walk on the day here for Steven Lukasevich. Will load up the bases once more, and that'll bring up the guy who led off the inning in Derek Woolwine. As right now Boulder leads at 8-0. Next pitch on the way. This is inside for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. Woolwine started off this inning with a walk and scored on a wild pitch. So now with the bases full of Collegians, next pitch, a high pop-up down the right field line, but hooking foul as Scruggs was trying to make a play on it, but unable to do so as the count now goes to 1-1. 8-0 the score here in favor of Boulder. Ready, next pitch on the way. Misses low and outside. Count goes to 2-1. 4 runs already in for Boulder just in this inning alone. So the next pitch on the way is fouled up right behind home plate. As if the fence was here, we might have had a ball here in the press box. It's count now even to 2-2. One thing that's also kind of interesting here, a base hit here could score multiple. That would be another bit on the mercy rule as the next pitch is fouled off to the left side, keeps the count right where it's at. As we had that happen during the last 2 games set, they played against the Fort Collins Foxes, won the first game, a final score of 10-0. As the wind getting stronger and stronger, a true gale force is the next pitch on the way. Is a high pop-up, potentially playable, as the first baseman Scruggs going for it is there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out. But 4 runs come across here for Boulder as we head to the bottom half of the 6th. The score is 8-0. Now here, bottom half of the 6th inning. Day is officially done for Nolan Archuleta. Here, 5 innings, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. As taking over for him will be number 23, Levi Tucker. As he faces off here against Trey McBroom. First pitch calls for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. We haven't seen Levi Tucker since the first game of the season here against the Denver Generals, where he had a very solid outing. The next pitch on the way is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-1. In that outing, he went 2 innings, giving up just 1 hit, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, no runs against the Denver Generals en route to a 4-0 win. As next pitch, a ground ball over to Hunter Hirayama, running for it, steps and throws. The throw's a little high, but he gets it anyway, and that's in time for an easy 6-3. A lot of energy there from Hunter Hirayama as he makes the 6-3. It's kind of funny. He makes it look so smooth, yet you know how hard he's working on the play. That's just how good of a defender that he is. Now that'll bring up Carson Sauter. First pitch on the way as the first pitch takes a strike as the count goes 0-1. Has a good first step on that. Again, great instinct from a shortstop. As now Carson Suter is now right. Next pitch on the way is fouled off to the right side. Count now quickly 0-2. Sauter, excuse me. 8-0 the score. Bottom half of the sixth inning. 1 out. Here so far as Boulder trying to complete the sweep with a doubleheader as next pitch misses low. Count goes to 1-2. So far on this season, here Boulder is 4-1. The next pitch on the way is in the dirt and not able to get it is Mike Brunetti as that one goes off to his left side. His counter goes to 2-2. But the wind's getting stronger and stronger here. You can see the jerseys moving. And on top of it, you can also now see Levi Tucker's hair moving in the wind. His next pitch, a high pop-up over into shallow right field. Going for the second baseman, and that's Lucas Hedge. He can't make the play, so that's going to drop in for a base hit. Right into that Bermuda Triangle out there in right field, right in between Castellanos, Lukasevich, and Sobieschek. So that will be a 1-out single here for Carson Sauter. That's his first hit of the game. And his third hit, And it is his third hit also of the game. Oh, the day, I should say. So now that'll bring up Daniel Tatis, third baseman, as the first pitch. It's a called strike in the outside corner. Count goes 0-1. Tatis over 2 in the game over the course of the day. Does have 2 hits, as well as a couple runs scored. But 8-0 the score. Here on the bottom half of the sixth, the quick throw over to first is not in time as Sauter is able to get back safely and easily. Next pitch on the way in the dirt. Another good block there by Brunetti as that brings the count out of 1-1. That's one thing we noticed for Mike Brunetti over the starts that he has had. He has been exceptionally good about keeping the ball in front of him, making really good adjustments to make sure runners don't advance on wild pitches. Next pitch is a pop-up. This one will stay in the infield as that one's going to fall there as there was some talk going between the two as on it. That's going to be a fielder's choice on Daniel Tatis, who will get to first base on the play, but Carson Sauter will be out at second base. That was right in between Steven Lukasevich and Isaac Sobieschek, as it looked like Sobieschek had called it off and then just stopped for a moment there. Just need a little more work on the communication there, I guess. So on the play, Sauter is out over at second base after a brief throw. Now I'll bring up Colin Pighetti as the first pitch misses for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. As now the ball also gets away from the pitcher here in Levi Tucker, but no advancement as it was going already over towards second base. But now Tucker working with the runner on at first. Gets set for a crouched set as the 1-0 on the way. Hits right back up the middle, and that's going to be taken by Hirayama to the bag himself for the out. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on. We head to the final frame of action. Boulder leads it 8-0. Top of the 7th here as Boulder leads at a score right now of 8-0. Last chance for them to add on any insurance. Here as new pitcher on the mound is Keon Bandy, number 84. Here's a day officially done for Ben Coleman after 2 innings of work. As he'll face off now against Isaac Sobieschek as the first pitch is a called strike. Count goes to 0-1. Ben Coleman, not the best outing there, but does able to get through a couple of innings. So now, right, next pitch on the way. Ground ball down third base line. That's going to be taken by Tatis. Throws over to first, and it's just in time to get the hustling Sobieschek. So that will be a 5-3 ground out. Here, that'll bring up now the third baseman, Luke Blackman. Blackman on the day 0 for 1. 2 hit by pitches, 2 runs scored, but also has an RBI to his total, driving in Isaac Sobieschek back in the second. First pitch on the way, ground ball right back to Tatis. He's there, he's got it, throws the first in time. So 2 straight 5-3 ground outs here for the Cutthroats. As now with 2 outs, that'll bring up here Chase Hildy. As Chase Hildy, a substitution for Christian Middleman, is now out also in center field. Here, but for Hildy, on the day is 0 for on the game, I should say 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking. As now Bandy ready here trying to make a very efficient 7th. It takes a long time as time called. I'm not quite sure if that was by the batter or by the umpire on that, as the batter didn't make any sort of motion on it. But anyway, regardless, Clune's going to go take a second and go talk to his pitcher. But now with 2 outs here, nobody on here. This is the last chance for the Collegians to add on any runs. Scores 8-0 in favor of Boulder. Next pitch on the way. Fouls it off to the left side, right out of the park, as the count goes to 0-1 now on Hildy. So Chase Hildy was second base in the last game. Here as the next pitch is fouled off once again. Count now goes to 0-2. But for Hildy, he was 1 for 5 with a single and a run scored in the 4th, 3 strikeouts. So now ready, the 0-2 on the way. Lined right over the glove of the second baseman, Gracie, and that's going to be a base hit, maybe more. As trying to go for it now is center fielder Bigetti. Now rounding second, heading for third is Hildy, and he'll get a stand-up triple for Chase Hildy as he smoked that ball right over the head of the second baseman, Gracia, and that is a 2-out triple here for Chase Hildy. Good for the kid as he gets a big hit here after the strikeout looking back in the last inning, and now that brings up Diego Castellanos with a chance to drive in even more. As now Keon Bandy, next pitch, misses high, check swing, but doesn't really commit to it as the count goes to 1-0 on Castellanos. But for Diego on this game, he has one of the most interesting boxes I think I've ever written in my scorebook. Here as the next pitch taken for a ball, 2-0. He has a walk with 2 RBIs. A walk with 2 RBIs, which doesn't happen very often, but when multiple batters get in via wild pitch, that tends to happen. As the next one misses for ball 3-0 the count, and right now he's on track to get the second walk of the ball game. We'll see what he does, or at least how he responds to Keon Bandy, as the 3-0 pitch now on the way is taken for a strike. The count goes to 3-1. Runner on at third base is Chase Hildy after the big RBI triple into that deep right center field gap. That one got nearly to the wall, about 375 feet out. As the next pitch misses for ball 4, and that's the second walk that Castellanos has got. And now there are Collegians at the corners. Here, over at first and third, and that'll bring up Alec Martinez. Martinez also pitched in the first game here, and now is hitting in this one where he's 0 for 2 with a walk. Next pitch on the way, misses outside as the count goes to 1-0. To give you an idea of how strong this wind is here, we have a pretty solid metal door over to our left here, and that thing has been bouncing for the last few innings. It's now ready the 1-0. High drive in the deep right field. Going back. Now is McBroom looking up and goodbye baseball. What a shot there by Alec Martinez as he drives that one out of the ballpark. It is now 10-0 in favor of Boulder. That ball was absolutely crushed. The wind on top of that may have been helping it a little bit, but that ball was hit about as hard as you could hit it. And Alec Martinez, it's 11-0 as there are 2 runners on base here. So Hildy will score, Castellanos will score, and it is a 3 RBI home run for Alec Martinez. So now that'll bring up the catcher in Mike Brunetti. And Alec, after pitching in game 1, hitting a homer in game 2, talk about two-way stars. Move aside Shohei Ohtani. Here's Alec Martinez. His first pitch is a called ball. Count goes to 1-0 on Brunetti, who's gone via hit by pitch and driven a run via the sacrifice fly. His next pitch misses for ball 2. Count goes to 2-0. So now, once again, here we go. Next pitch. High pop-up, maybe playable as the wind is carrying this one here. And it's going to be Isaac. It's going to be Isaac Mercedes who's going to make the catch here in foul territory for the third and final out. But a 3-run home run there for Alec Martinez gives the Boulder Collegians a lead of 11-0 heading to the bottom of the 7th. Last chance here for Colorado Springs as the big home run there from Alec Martinez here brings Boulder's lead up to 11. It is 11-0, and Levi Tucker getting ready to try to finish this game out. As he'll face off against Logan Wilson at the DH. The first pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. 11-0 the score here today at Doherty High School. As the 0-1 on the way. Misses for ball 1-1 the count. But for Logan Wilson on the game is 0 for 2 with a strikeout looking and a ground out to the pitcher at the time was Nolan Archuleta. The next pitch on the way, fouled it off to the right side. That will find its way to the softball fields. And now we'll do it here at 1-2. But it has been an offensive showcase today for the Collegians as the 1-2 on the way is Going to be blocked up, pitch low and outside. Count goes to 2-2. A good block by Bernetti to keep it in front of him. Even with nobody on, always good mechanics to try to keep it in front of you. So now, again, Levi Tucker working with nobody on base. The 2-2 pitch now on the way. Just misses for ball 3. Makes the count fall 3-2. And Levi Tucker had that head tilt, thinking that he just got his next strikeout. Now Ray has to work the payoff on the way. Fouls it off, and we'll try it once more. Just got a piece of it. Then Logan Wilson. Wilson in the last game went 2 for 3, a couple singles, 2 RBIs, and a walk. And this one, not as happy a tale, 0 for 2. The next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3, a second strikeout of the game, and the first strikeout on the day for Levi Tucker. And now that'll bring up the tall shortstop and Isaac Mercedes. I apologize to Isaac for taking a long time to find his last name on his big catch. He ended out the last inning with a great catch in foul territory here to end the top half of the 7th inning. Trying to battle the wind to find in, he does. His first pitch on the way. He's taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. In this game, he is 1 for 2 with a single and then cut down at first off of the F9-3 double play, the next batter. Next pitch on the way is taken low for ball 1, 1-1, now level counts. But you want to go back to the last game. That's, I think, what really shows what he could do. He was 3 for 4 with 2 singles and a double, and we would have had another one if not for an amazing play by Chase Hildy at second base. His next pitch is fouled off. Count goes to 1-2. They've only gotten out Mercedes twice so far of this doubleheader. One was an incredible play, and the other one was the second base was a hard hit ball still over to Blackman at third, who made a solid play to get him out. 1-2 on the way. Take it for strike 3 on the low outside corner, and 2 straight strikeouts here for Levi Tucker, and now the Cutthroats are down to their final out. And that'll bring up the first baseman in Dylan Scruggs, who is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a flyout to the right fielder, Diego Castellanos, which turned into a double play. So now, next pitch on the way. This is for ball 1 as the count goes to 1-0. But right now, Levi Tucker trying to finish out his second inning of work. Here has 2 strikeouts, no walks, has given up 1 single. His next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Count now 1-1. And oh no, Brunetti's down. Bernetti got hit on something, and he is not looking good. Oh. Hopefully he's okay, but something went wrong. He's now being advised by coach. We're going to give this one just a minute here. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll keep the live stream on, but we'll be back in just a moment. All right, we're back here now in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Here now as Brunetti is going to stay in the game. Looks like he got clipped just a little bit. Next pitch, a ground ball. This could do it as Hernan is able to smother. Keeps it in front of him. Strong throw to first. And the pick is made by Sobieschek, and that will end the ball game. So Boulder completes the doubleheader sweep over the Colorado Springs Cutthroats as they win it by a final score now of 11-0. An amazing game here for Boulder, as that is a huge offensive showcase for this team. We'll be back in a second with the happy totals You are watching Boulder Collegians Baseball here on YouTube. All right, another doubleheader in the books here for Boulder, as Boulder has an amazing 2-game stretch here against the Colorado Springs Cutthroats, winning game 1 with a very, very big score here, 10-5, and then 11-0 in game 2. Taking a look at it, there are a ton of things to get to. Let's just get right on into it. First things first, the pitching today was amazing. In game 2, Nolan Archuleta, 5 innings strong, only giving up 2 hits, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. He was attacking the zone here, and he was making the hitters try to get into deep counts early. And not even deep counts, I should say. He was getting them into behind counts early, as he made these hitters have to swing on early pitches, on pitches when they were down 0-1, 0-2. He had absolute control of his game today. Had a great job, and he earns that W here, as well as Levi Tucker doing a good job through 2 innings, only giving up 1 hit as well, getting a couple of strikeouts as well to his name with, it looks like, no walks as well. On the offensive side of things here, in game 2, I mean, there's a few names, but I'm going to start very obvious. Number 1, Alec Martinez with his first home run on the season. Absolutely clobbered that one to right field. We had that one estimated at about 350 feet, as the right field wall there goes to about 330, and then it went a good bit over that. It was a no-doubter for a good bit on that one. Also, in the second game, give a lot of credit here to guys like Diego Castellanos, who had a couple of RBIs. Here, Isaac Sobieschek with a couple of hits, including his big triple that got all the scoring started back in the second game. Now looking at the first game here, the pitching, Alec Martinez was really the big pitching star from that game, as he really held he was able to hold the Cutthroats to not a whole lot of runs, but also Anton Keith, after a abysmal first inning, really settled down, showing exactly why he has that ice in his veins, able to make it work and to not let what already happens get in the way of him. Also on top of it, got to give a little shout out here to CJ Pino. Had a lockdown final inning there. Only faced 5 hitters, giving up a double, a walk, and getting 2 strikeouts. Here, also offensively in the first game, I mean, there are some big contributors. Brett Williams came in with a couple of hits. He went 2 for 4 with 3 RBIs in that game, as well as a few other RBIs scattered about here. So was Luke Blackman getting a couple of RBIs here, 1 through a sacrifice fly, 1 through a double, even getting a stolen base. This team has proven time and time again that they are now able to really work the zones here, able to get, it's like, even if they are falling behind, they are able to come from behind, able to keep within their own game and work it like they need to. If they continue on this pace, they should have a fun run for the rest of this season. A lot of good games here today played, and right now, these guys right now are going to be playing a lot of good baseball coming up soon. The next time that you can catch these guys playing is going to be on Wednesday, June 12th here, where they will be playing here. They're playing away against the Pueblo Collegians over in Runyon Field. It is going to be a big game for them over there. They now improve to 5-1 on the season. But that's going to be it for us today. Thank you so much to all of you for tuning in here for today's doubleheader. My name is Alex Clark. I've been today's broadcaster. Have a great rest of your day. Stay safe, and I hope to see you all real soon.